Be, before we call on the agencies to make their presentation, the committee secretariat, please read for the record the agency's representatives who are present here for this budget consideration. May I ask, when your name is called, please raise your hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We welcome here in this budget briefing Secretary Ivan Jan Uy, USEC Jeffrey Ian D., USEC David Almirol, USEC Josel Batapasige, USEC Paul Joseph Mercado, USEC Gerson Asidao, and Director Riniel Villaflor. We also have NPC Commissioner John Henry Naga, NTC Commissioner Ella Blanca Lopez, together with Deputy Commissioner John Paulo Salvahan. We also have CICC ASEC Mary Rose Magsaysay, and COA DICT Supervising Auditor Job Aguirre, together with Audit Team Leader CT Junaira Dimao. We also have DBM Chief Maria Elisa Rivera, as well as Acting Assistant Director Benjilet Suniga. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, may I ask now the department and the different attached agencies to make their presentation. Again, may I remind you to make it very concise, just basically what your budget is for the year, what are your accomplishments, what are your challenges, and then maybe your mandate, but very short because we already know what that is. So please go ahead. Let's begin with the DICT.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator Grace Paul, the presiding officer. Fellow workers in government, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the DICT, together with all the officials of the attached agencies, I'm honored to propose the budget of the DICT for the fiscal year 2024, amounting to 8.7 billion pesos. Echoing the pronouncement of President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. during his second State of the Nation address last July, the department firmly believes that digitalization is a potent tool to not just improve the ease of doing business, but also to reduce or eliminate graft and corruption. The DICT aspires that all Filipinos can harness the good that digitalization can bring. Over the past year, the DICT has worked tirelessly to digitalize the bureaucracy by launching the eGov Super App and other e-government platforms and pushing for the passage of the e-governance bill. As of August of 2023, more than 600,000 users have already downloaded that app with a rating of 4.3 out of 5 in the Apple Play Store. We have also made headways in safeguarding the Philippines cyberspace and Filipinos from cyber scams with the formulation and eventual finalization of the National Cybersecurity Plan and implementation of the SIM Card Registration Act. The DICT remains committed to bridging the digital divide by providing Filipinos with upskilling and reskilling opportunities to equip them with the right skill sets. For the past year, more than 1 million Filipinos were trained already in more than 1,000 capacity building activities. And through our Broadband ng Masa program, we are targeting the activation of almost 12,000 sites by year end. We're also supporting the ICT and ICT-enabled industries through the various programs that are being implemented by the DICT. All these initiatives are geared toward empowering Filipinos to participate in the digital economy and propel the country's growth amid economic headwinds and geopolitical tensions. This year's budget for 2024 manifests our commitment to build on what we have done. But more importantly, it's also a reflection of our desire to do more and to do better. We have instituted reforms and implemented catch-up plans in order for the department to efficiently and judiciously utilize its budget. And we ask the honorable senators for your support today on the proposed budget of the DICT, as well as all our attached agencies, as we work toward the country's digital transformation. We're also seeking consideration of our requests for additional funding, especially on some items that would affect our operations significantly if not provided. If granted, this will allow the DICT to not only sustain but even just maintain some of the services that the DICT provides in its operations. Our officials will explain this further. And to sustain our efforts on the transformative power of the internet to the unserved and underserved areas, we and help students excel in the post-pandemic learning environment. The ICT is also requesting for the restoration of the special provision for the Free Public Internet Access Fund. The said provision would enable the department to finance much-needed infrastructure facilities. I would like to thank the Committee on Finance, led by its chairperson, Senator Angara, Subcommittee K Chair, Senator Po, and our honorable senators for extending your unwavering support to the DICT. Our achievements have been possible because of your guidance, and we look forward to your insights and continued collaboration in our collective journey toward a digitally empowered future. With your permission, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask our Undersecretary for Support Services, Erson Asidao, to present the proposed budget.
Before you do your presentation, I'd like to acknowledge Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, and Senators Sherwin Gatchalian and to fellow public servants. This is the report of the ICT with respect to our financial performance. For the current year 2023, the budget of the department is about 13.9 billion. Out of that, 3.5 billion is already obligated, and we have an obligated allotment of about 10.5 billion, giving us budget utilization rate of 25%, Madam Chair. Moving forward, that is as of September 15, Madam Chair. As of the end of this month, our target is about 28%. End of October, that's close to 59%. November, that's about 60%. And by December, that's 70%, Madam Chair. At the moment, close to 70% of the department's 13.9 billion budget is already in active procurement, and a portion of that is already awarded. For the fiscal year 2024, we're already done with our planning, and we're confident that we can be able to deliver our annual procurement plan for 2024, together with our early procurement activities that we intend to do in the next 2 to 3 months. Next slide, please. Madam Chair, as mentioned by the Honorable Secretary a while ago, some of the projects of the DICT pertains to the eGov, the NGDC, and the services that we have provided to the national government agencies and local governments units as well. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. With respect to the breakdown of the proposed budget, Madam Chair, that's about 8.7 billion. Next slide, please. So the PS is about 826 million, MOE is 6.1 billion, and the CO is 1.8 billion. With respect to the source of fund, the agency's specific budget is 6.2 billion, and the automatic appropriation from SAGF, that's 2.5 billion, giving us total budget of 8.7 billion, Madam Chair. Next slide, please. Together with the budget of the attached agencies, Madam Chair, so the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center, that's 326 million. The National Privacy Commission, that's 348 million. The NTC, it's about 454 million. That gives us 9.8 billion budget for the DICT and the attached agencies, Madam Chair. Next slide, please. Madam Chair, with respect to the next slide, these are the items which we seek the help of this honorable committee to please help us with respect to certain budget considerations. First and foremost, with respect to our general administration and support services, under the NEP, we have been provided with 121.5 million budget. Madam Chair, in order for us to function properly as an organization, together with all of the regional offices that we have, we would like to seek an additional budget of about 300 million. This will actually be, will cater to our expenses, operational expenses such as rent, utilities, general services, the regional offices, the janitorial services, and security services as well. In addition to that, an additional 200 million, particularly for the regional offices that we have, of that's about 217 personnel. That's close to 200 million, Madam Chair. With respect to the 30 million and 170 million, Madam Chair, if you've been to the office of the DICT, our office is actually very old building wherein we have a lot of problems with respect to the working conditions of the personnel, in which case we would like to seek the help of this committee to help us with respect to the preparation for our future office. That's 30 million for our master development plan for our corporate center, and the detailed architectural and engineering design of about 170 million, Madam Chair. This was arrived at in consideration and in collaboration with the DPWH. In addition to that, Madam Chair, a regional development plan of about 25.1 million is also likewise being for consideration of this committee. Good morning, sir.
I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Vice Chair of the Committee on Public Services and the Chair of the Committee on, Local Government, Senator JVR. Huh?
Good morning, sir. Yeah. Next slide, please. Madam Chair, for our government initiatives, the first portion of our for consideration of the Finance Committee is the additional 2 billion, which we seek to ask the Honorable Committee. This pertains to the e-government systems development program. Madam Chair, our e-government group has already done the systems and the applications that we need in order for us to roll out the e-government system. Now, what we seek is for us to have a budget to the rollout with respect to the ELGUs, and at the same time, the enhancements of the e-government application. In addition to that, for the TradeNet platform, this is with respect to the single licensing and automated licensing and permits, with respect to the ease of doing business, particularly on the custom side. And this is also in connection with the single windows of the ASEAN countries. That's about 168 million, Madam Chair. For our government,
Again, backtrack. 168 million for an integrated what?
the national
Custom?
single window, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry?
The national single window, Madam Chair. The TradeNet platform, Madam Chair.
TradeNet. How much is that?
168 million, Madam Chair.
So explain to me, what is that again? Yeah.
Madam Chair, let me explain. The TradeNet project was a project of the Department of Finance that aims to address ease of doing business by addressing the 92 trade regulatory agencies that all businesses have to go through, FDA, DA, for import permits, all of those. So this project has been sitting in the Department of Finance for almost a decade. Because of various issues, they could not move it forward. So they transferred it to the ICT for us to implement this project. The TradeNet project addresses how we interconnect all the different trade regulatory agencies to cut the red tape and reduce the transaction time in accordance to the National Single Window, ASEAN National Single Window project.
That's a problem. It was transferred to you by the Department of Finance, but they didn't give you naman the budget. Ano ba
Exactly.
yun? Okay, yeah. Well, what's your timeline in being able to put this together, this TradeNet? It sounds very promising, but anong timeline ninyo? Hihingi na ninyo yung 168 million. Pero what's your timeline?
Madam Chair, The 168 million is for the maintenance contract of the existing TradeNet system.
Oh, there is one already.
There is already one, and there are only four of the 92 agencies that are boarded there.
So to add it on, how long will it take?
Approximately the entire, we should be able to board an additional 40 according to the plan by the end of 2023. Yeah.
By the
40
end of
agencies by the end of 2023.
This year?
Sorry, 2024. By the end of
2024?
2024.
Okay. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Good morning, Madam Senator. Madam Chair, to continue, we would like also to seek the help of this honorable committee with respect to the Government Emergency Communication System Phase 3 of the National Interoperable Communication System. That's about 800 million, Madam Chair. This pertains to the emergency communications unit that will deploy to all the regions of the Philippines. In addition to that, the ICT systems and infrastructure management services, the budget provided under the NEP is only 48.6 million, and would like to seek the help of this committee to have an additional 155 million or 154,916 million, Madam Chair. This basically pertains to the platforms and services that we provide to the national government agencies and local government units. Particularly, Madam Chair, the web hosting, the Gov email, the ELGU, and the platforms and the data center, Madam Chair. In addition to that, Madam Chair, additional 100 million for the Consumer Complaint Center. This is actually will be the help desk, for the ELGU, the eGov, and the Consumer Complaint Center for the DICT. Next slide, please.
It's the last slide.
As far as the cybersecurity, Madam Chair, the current debt level is about 304 million. We would like to seek your help with respect to additional budget of 1.1 billion, Madam Chair. This pertains mainly to the PNP-KI registration of the teachers in the 2025 elections. That's about 400,000 registrations, Madam Chair, which we seek to register under the PNP-KI. This will provide security for the transmission of data during the election, Madam Chair. In addition to that, the NSERT project of the DICT, this will provide cybersecurity for the transactions and hardwares of all the national government agencies and LGUs as well, wherein they are catered within the umbrella of the DICT. Madam Chair, also for the critical infrastructure evaluation and cybersecurity standards monitoring, we'd like to seek for an additional budget of 63 million for the procurement of a certain equipment related to this program. Madam Chair, with respect to national ICT plans, policies, and standards, together with the ICT industry development, we only have a budget of about 27 million, Madam Chair, and would like to seek your help in order to increase this by about 132 million. This will cater to the several technical trainings and programs of the DICT with respect to ICT-related activities, Madam Chair. This actually will have a multiplier effect on the economy because of the sessions and the trainings that we conduct to the countryside are actually we are getting a lot of fruits right now, Madam Chair, with respect to these activities. With that, Madam Chair, that ends my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Asidao. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our Senate Pro Tem, Senator Legarda. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning.
Okay, dami niyong hinihingi. So what's the total of the additional budget that you're asking?
0.4 billion.
It's 5.6 billion, Madam Chair.
And here's the problem, utilization rate yung baba-baba naman. Tapos hingi kayo ng additional budget. I mean, you're trying to tell this panel that by the end of this year, you will have been able to utilize about 70%, more or less, of your budget. But right now, we're already in the burn months. How are you able to do that? Anyway, let's go through the presentation, but those are the things that you need to be able to answer. Ano yan, last minute, magkakram kayo para magbayad na lang. May mga utang pa nga kayo na hindi ninyo nababayaran. Who's the next which agency?
Madam Chair, NPC.
Kayo lang yung tinaasan ng budget, no?
Yes,
National
Madam
Privacy
Chair.
Commission. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Senator Grace, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Senator JB Ejercito, Senator Lauren Legarda. Good morning. It is with great pleasure that I present to you the fiscal year 2024 budget proposal to the Senate Committee on Finance and Budget hearing the budget of the National Privacy Commission. So as of December 31, 2022, for the fiscal year 2022 general appropriation, the budget utilization rate of the National Privacy Commission is 95%. Next slide, please. And for its continuing appropriation FY 2021, the budget utilization rate of the National Privacy Commission is 97%. And for this year, for fiscal year 2023, the budget utilization rate for its current appropriation is at 72% as of August 31, 2023. And for the continuing appropriations of fiscal year 2022, the budget utilization rate of the National Privacy Commission is at 74%. Next slide, please. So in line with the President's strategic direction, we immediately intensified our privacy response. And as of first semester of 2023, we already conducted 341 compliance checks. We also conducted 276 privacy sweeps. We also issued 10 notices of document submission and 31 warning letters. In addition, we conducted 24 on-site visits. Along with this, the data processing system and data protection officers registration of personal information controllers and personal information processors significantly increased from 4,427 in 2022 to 8,998 registrations as of this date. Next slide, please. During the first semester of 2023, the NPC's public assistance achieved a 94% overall client satisfactory rating based on our feedback form submitted by our external clients. We also held a total of 315 DPA orientations. We addressed 4,436 inquiries and requests and submitted our legislative comments on 8 Senate bills and 18 House bills. Also, last May 2023, we successfully held our 6th annual National Data Privacy Conference, or as we call it, the Privacy Awareness Week. It is also with great honor that the National Privacy Commission achieved another significant milestones with its appointment as the first ever fee-funded secretariat of the Global Privacy Assembly following a unanimous vote.
Can you expound on that?
This means in the privacy sphere, in the privacy universe, we have this, if there's a ITU for the ICT, we have the Global Privacy Assembly. It's an association of all privacy authorities worldwide. It composed of 188 countries. And we were the first ever fee-funded secretariat, meaning no funds from the government will go out, will be dispensed, because the funds will come from the collections of all the countries, all the privacy authorities, ma'am.
So
Madam Chair.
you were elected.
We were
basically
elected.
to be the secretariat.
Yes, ma'am, for
So,
5 years.
Magaling kayo magkampanya, no?
It's the first ever, ma'am.
First ever. Okay, where was the convention held?
It was the election was online. We will start to be the secretariat, ma'am, this coming 2024 after the 2023 GPA meeting in Bermuda this coming October.
Okay, so how is that going to benefit the country?
That means, ma'am, that we will be the repository of all the resolutions. So if there were resolutions worldwide, so the Philippines will be the first one to know. So we can implement ahead of other countries.
Okay, all right. Bermuda's a nice place to be. Okay, go ahead.
Not only that, we also have we are also honored to be shortlisted at the GPA Global Privacy and Data Protection Awards 2023 under 2 categories. We are the only Asian country to be nominated twice for this year. Our Kabataang Digital Program is shortlisted for education and public awareness, and our Data Breach Notification Management System under the innovation category was also shortlisted. These nominations are evidence of our commitment in striving for excellence in privacy and personal data protection on a global scale. On top of this, we continue to deliver world-class public service, which is evident through the award of ISO 9000-2015 recertification to the Commission. We are also humbled that for the second consecutive year, we receive an unmodified opinion from the Commission on Audit, which is a testament of our commitment in safeguarding public trust and handling public funds. Also, we received the eligibility for the grant of the fiscal year 2021 performance-based bonus, garnering 90 points for the PBB criteria and conditions. So now, next slide, please. We go to the budget proposal for 2024. For fiscal year 2024, the proposed budget by the DBM for the NPC is at 337,578,000. Next slide, please. So from this, our budget increased by 53% for 2024. Next slide, please. However, it must be noted that we have three NEDA endorsed programs, which are the digitalization of NPC financial management and financial services, data privacy and security strengthening program, and strategic human resource development systems. Although our NEP significantly improved in 2024, we would like to point out that three of the NEDA endorsed programs, only one has been granted by the DBM, the digitalization of NPC financial management and financial services, amounting to 6,749 from the original amount proposed of 31,550,000. The two other NEDA endorsed programs of the NPC,
I'm sorry, you said 6,000 or
6 million,
6
sorry.
million,
6 million,
okay.
ma'am. 6,749,000. However, the two NEDA endorsed programs of the NPC, which are the Data Privacy and Security Strengthening Program and the Strategic Human Resource Development Systems, were not given budget. The Data Privacy and Security Strengthening Program can help the Commission in obtaining meaningful analytics to aid the Commission in its breach and investigation function, while the Strategic Human Resource Development System involved future-oriented process of developing and implementing HR programs that addresses and solve organizational problems, issues, and challenges.
Oh,
This-
hold on. You're asking for 510,346 for the data privacy?
Strengthening.
That's more than your total budget.
Actually, Madam Chair, it's we requested that, Madam Chair, to NEDA, and NEDA see the potential of this program, considering that we are now transitioning to a digitalized economy in which the new gold is the personal information of our citizens.
So right now, what you have is not protecting our information.
Right now, Madam Chair, we don't have the capacity to investigate deeply to the potential breaches. We don't have the equipments of NBI, or let's say the CIDG of cybercrime of the Philippine National Police. So we always stop them if we do conduct investigation.
But sometimes it's redundant, but then yeah, I can understand why you would want to have that. But if the CICC, for example, had the capability, I think you can work hand in hand. But yeah, go ahead. I mean, it's a wish list.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Just to clarify, Madam Chair, it's the National Privacy Commission that does not have the equipment. It does not mean that every government agency that is tasked to do that is ill-equipped, because he mentioned they have to go to the PNP to do that. So there is some semblance of protection for Filipinos, right? It's just the agency that is seeking it, but the PNP has the capability, because I would feel so insecure if you're the only one tasked to do that and you say that you're not equipped with resources and know-how. So it's just your commission, but you're
Yes.
tasked to, that's your mandate, right? But the PNP is equipped and you work with them.
Actually, we work with PNP, NBI,
And-
also CICC and DICT Cybersecurity Bureau, ma'am.
And they're all equipped.
They have all the equipments. It's just that the NPC, of course, as the privacy regulatory body in the Philippines, we also would like to have our own so that we don't need to go through other agencies to ask for help.
Perhaps, Madam Chair, at a later date, a different time, may we seek an executive session with all the agencies mentioned by Commissioner Naga so that we see what kind of data protection the various agencies are doing. The PNP, the NBI, redundancy is good because this is our life, security of our nation and our people, but we also want to see whether the NPs, what aspect of the protection the other agencies are doing, should you cover, or is it all, tanan, lahat? But perhaps in executive session so that we know what the NBI, the PNP, and the other agencies are doing. That's my request. Thank you.
That's noted, Senator Legarda. Go ahead.
These two projects are indeed vital for the Commission to efficiently and effectively carry out our mandate in full force. As the Senate conducts its annual fiscal determination and budgeting, we hope for a much needed support to be able to transform the NPC into a digitally enabled competitive regulatory agency, not only to uphold the fundamental human right to privacy, but also to address the rapidly changing and evolving privacy threats, risks, and harms. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Legarda. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for the mostly good news from your agency. We appreciate that. Your utilization rate is pretty good. And then also all the recognition that you have gotten from your community from other countries. So that's sort of good news. When it comes to this additional budget, of course, we have to still look into other aspects. Thank you very much. NTC, our favorite NTC.
Hello, Madam Chair. Good morning, Senator Grace Poe. Good morning, Senator Lauren Legarda, Senator J.V. Ejercito, and Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. May I present first the operational accomplishment of the NTC for 2022. So, for the physical performance report, next slide, please. So we have here the numbers of licenses, permits, registration, and authorizations of cases disposed and unreceived cases disposed. The number of radio stations inspected, so we are at a high 120.23%. Next slide, please. For 2023, as of August 31, we are hopeful that we can beat the target for 2023. For the financial accomplishment, next slide, please. For 2022, the NTC exceeded target by 3.9 billion. So it's roughly 170% accomplishment rate for our revenue collection. And for, next slide, please, for 2023, so we are at 92.48%. If you notice the supervision regulation fee, the collection is still minimal as the deadline for payment is of end of September 2023. So we are expecting that we will still exceed the revenue collection for this year. Next slide, please. For this year, the NTC has been very active in the implementation of the SIM Registration Act, and we have, ma'am, that the data is as of September 3, 2023, but now, September 17, 2023, there are 120,583.09 million registered SIMs, and we have conducted 630 remote areas facilitated SIM registration throughout the Philippines. Next slide, please.
Di ba yung
Ma'am.
dati natin problema, ang baba ng registration, di ba? Bigla ngayon, parang lagpas pa sa population talaga eh, no?
Correct, ma'am. Yes po.
Kasi nga alam natin yung mga
Yes, ma'am.
pati unggoy nakaka-register.
Yes po. Or
Anyway.
probably po, ma'am, like for me, for example, I registered my son's SIM under my name, or I have ano then for other, and maraming SIMs po I can register under my.
No, I understand, but it's more than our population. But then I understand also some. Hindi ko alam. Pero may anime ran kasi. No, but I must also recognize that with your recent meeting with the telcos, you have come up with guidelines. So that will come later on. But
Yes,
yeah,
Madam Chair.
they're trying to rectify the situation.
Okay po. If I may continue, we also for the contra text scam. For 2023, our regional offices have appeared in interviews, TV and radio, total number 1,762 interviews for 2022. For 2023, the regional offices have reported that they have appeared before 425 radio and TV interviews, warning the public against text scams. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. For as of August 31, 2023, the budget utilization rate of the NTC is at 57.4%, and all procurements are currently in the procurement process, in the pipeline. So we commit to finish all procurement process by year end. Next slide, please. Next slide, sorry. One more. Next slide, please. So, sige pa po. One more, please. One more. Yan. Next slide. So for 2023, our current budget is at 560 million. For the 2024 NEP, binawasan around 106 million po ang difference. So it's nabawasan po kami ng 19.07%. We propose to the TBM on Tier 2, 302 million, although ang nag-grant lang po for the approved Tier 2 is at 12.8 million pesos. So, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, so what we have here are the proposed budget not included in our Tier 2 NEP. For the capital outlay, there's construction of our regional offices and central offices. It also includes repair, retrofitting, and maintenance. And we need to purchase also new motor vehicles as medyo luma na po yung aming mga motor vehicles, service vehicles, which would be of help in our enforcement, especially in the regional offices, other ICT equipment and furniture and fixtures. And for we also requested for other MOOE expenses. Next slide, please. For the traveling expense of our foreign and local training, other structure training expenses for our communication expense. So it's roughly around 38.722 million. So ang total po, ma'am, Honorable Chairperson, our request is around 302 million pesos, ma'am. That is all for the NTC.
Ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
what's your utilization rate again for 2023 so far?
As of August 31, ma'am, it's at 57.4%.
Bakit ang baba? Well, pasa naman, but
Ma'am, it's not an excuse, but our regional office specifically has focused more on the SIM registration efforts,
okay.
aside from the regular enforcement activities ng regional offices. But we have high budget utilization rates for the year, so we commit to spend all that needs to be spent po for our.
I mean, spend wisely, of
Yes,
course.
ma'am.
but-
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
So
ma'am. Sorry.
you're trying to reach what? How many % by the end of the year?
By the last year po, we are at 92%. So we are hopeful around that rate also.
And how much were you able to remit to the National Treasury from all your collections?
For
again?
last year,
Yeah.
for 2022, we remitted 3.9 billion pesos, ma'am.
Okay, and this year you are about to.
we are at 5 billion. this
Already,
year.
huh?
Yes,
This
ma'am.
year.
Yes, ma'am.
5 billion.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
the budget, you just want an additional 302 million.
Yes, ma'am.
But your total budget that was granted is 429.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I mean, medyo malaki naman yung nare-remit nyo so far, di ba?
Yes, ma'am.
So if it can really be justified, why not? All
Yes,
right.
ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is the what CICC? What? This one will be interesting. Yes. Go ahead.
Good morning to our dear senators, Senator Ejercito, Senator Legarda, Chairman Senator Grace Poe, and Senator Gatchalian. The CICC would like to present its accomplishment in 1 year from June 2022 to up to today, August. So we can start with our presentation. And we know that now the Philippines is number 2. Second slide, please. Number 2 in OSAIC, which means to say other people all over the world look at us as unethical in the internet because we have this when they look at a Filipino, and we have every Filipino in every nation. So we are very
OSAIC,
conscious of
can you
that.
say what that is? Number 2 in OSAIC? Ano yan?
Yes. Online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. So, ibig sabihin po niyan, yung mga magulang at saka yung mga kapitbahay, mga kapatid, pinapakita nila yung alam nyo na ng mga bata online para kumita, and we are number 2 in the world. So,
Okay, who's number 1?
India, pero ang laki po kasi ng India.
Oo nga.
So, based on ratio, number 1 tayo kung pro ratio po. So, next slide please. So, and we are also identified in the United Nations as hotbed for online scamming. So you can just imagine yung Pasay raid. There are 4 floors, 10 rooms, times 30 people inside na nagsascamming, 300 per floor, times 4 floors, 1,200, 3 shifts. Ganun karami in one building. Ilang buildings ang ina-assume nila may ganyan ng Pilipinas? Mga 200 more. So talagang hotbed for online scamming ang Pilipinas, and it's in the guise of POGO and so on and so forth. So next slide please. We have to fight back. Jason, next slide. So in a nutshell, para nakita po natin, we hit it on very many levels, and on the cyberspace, the ICT-CICC went all offensive to the cyber criminals. We set up the IARC, and the nice thing about the IARC is tinutulungan ho namin yung mga tao yung i-recover nila yung kanilang mga accounts, and out of 300 plus na inalok ho namin na na i-recover namin yung kanilang account, sa awa ng Diyos 20 plus lang naman po yung mga humindi na i-recover namin yung account nila. So marami na pong natulungan yung IARC natin, and yung Interagency Response Center natin is beyond a call center. Ano po siya? Mga tauhan ho natin talaga na trained na tumanggap ng mga digital evidences, kasi pag nagsalaysay ang tao sa telepono, digital evidence na po yan. Pag hindi ho natin maayos ang pagsulat niyan, hindi na po magagamit sa korte yan. So on a global perspective, the ICT-CICC already initiated 100 technical cooperation bilaterals for information sharing and parity of skill sets of the Filipino people. Ibig sabihin po niyan, minabuti ng CICC sa 100 nation states na ma-attend sa UN, meron ho tayong initiated bilaterals para magkaroon naman po ng bagong skill sets na ipagyayabang ang Pilipinas, which is cyber technology and technology. So, and and information sharing sa investigation, kasi nga po cross-border ang. And on ever seen, and we did that, CICC, in 1 year. We also established the Digital Forensics Manual now for peer review. Na yung gumagawa po ng Digital Forensics Manual ng Amerika nasa atin po. So ang sabi namin sa CICC, tapusin muna yung sa atin sa Pilipinas para mauna man lang tayo na we benchmark, And then, ganun po kagaling na technologies ng mga Pilipino. And then, on the nationwide, baba tayo sa country kasi global, country naman po. We went straight to the GIDAS, and it was our chair, Secretary Ivan Uy, who started the trifecta of the activities, which is connectivity. And then we capacitate, and then conference yung patuloy po ng pagtulong dun sa mga GIDAS, yung mga lugar kung nasaan yung mga crimes, no? Hindi maintindihan ng mga tao nangyayari sa kanila kasi hindi sila connected. Ang DICT po ang unang connection na ginawa ni Sec Ivan po, 47 sites po binuksan kaagad. So patuloy po yan, no? And then on a government-wide, we built up 10 different digital forensics labs, no? Sa National Cybercrime Hub. And we also have started the CIIs and CI training to the AFP, no? Yung critical infrastructures and critical infrastructures, no? Kasi na-overlay na po ang technology sa lahat ng operational technologies, no? So CICC pong gumawa niyan. And then in SciCon, we have already trained 10,000 government officials, no? Sa, in 230 government agencies. So baba po tayo internally. Ang CICC po ay nag-acquire po ng manpower ng certified cyber experts, cyber analysts, coders. Alam niyo na yung mga kailangan po natin. So next slide please. So DICT went all the way. Yan yung first part. Next slide. Okay, so ito po yung Interagency Response Center po natin, and manned po by employees po mismo ng CICC. Next slide. Internal po yan. And then ito po yung joint operations with the DOJ. Next slide. Okay, mamaya na siguro pag sa private yung next slide please, yung medyo detalyado na yan, no? So ipakita naman po ng CICC, nag-assist po kami sa DOJ, and you will be happy to know na 60% ng ating mga investigators na nag-join sa raid babae po, no? So actually 67%. So next slide please. Ayan, oops, atras, doon sa digital sa tagging. So papakita po natin yung competency natin, atras. Akyat pala, sorry. Ayan. So ang CICC po, nitong na ito, itong nagdala po tayo ng ating sariling forms and procedure, international standard po, based on SISA po yan. On tagging, meron po tayo niyan, chain of custody and live digital forensics, tayo lang po ang meron niyan, no? Ang CICC, next po. So, itong next 3 slides, pinapakita po yung mga forms natin na dinala po, mga 1,000 forms yung dinala natin nun, pero presumably mga 3,000 yung kailangan at that particular raid. No, next slide. So, ano ho tayo, well-trained yung mga personnel natin at well-practiced po at saka maayos po yung ating pag-imbestiga. Next slide, please. So, ito po yung pagpapakita namin yung meron ho, talagang tinuturuan natin na mabuti, maayos po ang ating kasuotan, naka-gloves po tayo, nakaprotekta yung mga tao natin. Next slide please. Pagkain nila, tools natin, kompleto staff. Okay, so these are also some of the publicly known natin. Okay na. So this will be taken up by the secretary in a private session with presumably. Yes. Oo nga. So,
What topic is this that we will be having?
yung sa raid po.
Raid
Next, okay.
ng Pogo, yung may SIM?
Yes. And then, i-skip lang doon sa babang-baba. Okay.
Yun ba yun? Sa may SIM?
So, in a nutshell po, madam, complete po siya. Ang budget po natin ay 353,121, nabawasan po, naging 320. And ang hinihingi po natin sa 2024, in a nutshell, is 461,854 po.
How much? For?
461,854 po, ma'am.
Ano nga para saan itong dagdag na to?
Kasi po yung capability po natin para lawakan, kasi yung mga tools po medyo mahal, at saka yung subscriptions. So, mostly doon siya mapupunta. Si Secretary po magdidig.
Actually, ASEC,
Yes, sir.
I
Yes, ma'am.
really like the way you present. Because you started with why your agency is crucial.
Yes, ma'am.
With all of your achievements and all of these situations now. And I would also like to thank you because you're very direct. And I feel very confident if you're heading your agency. Pero sino ba yung head ng CICC?
Yusek Ramos.
Nasaan siya?
Ma'am, tinitrain po ng intelligence ng Amerika.
Nagtitrain. What's your background? Are you,
I'm the only certified Chief Information Security Officer in government, and I'm a certified ethical hacker. And
ethical hacker?
yeah, and I took my fellows in, yes ma'am, and digital transformation in government, and so on and so forth. Maraming certification pag nasa cyber.
Pero you know what? I'm glad that you chose to work in government because I'm sure you're sought after in many different companies outside of government that will probably pay well. But no, stay where you are.
We are okay naman. Okay na tayo
Okay.
dito.
Ilan ba yung mga certified, ilan ba yung mga IT experts niyo sa CICC?
Mga siguro mga at least 37% kasi tinitrain natin patuloy.
37 individual.
I know more.
More,
Siguro mga 50 plus.
50 plus.
50, ano.
And sila talaga may IT
Oh,
background.
yes. The best of the best time.
Okay, very nice.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yes. I was going to cite the same thing, that presentations in hearings must be direct, comprehensive, and you cite the problem, but you also tell us what you're doing to help solve it, though not perfect. So
Thank you.
even the way you communicate, it's clear. It's very clear. So that's good. My question is, for the small budget that you have and the little ask you're asking to augment it, does this already include the raiding teams, 67% of whom are women? Who do you collaborate with? Is it the NBI, the PNP, when you say mostly women who actually raid? That's not under you because you're an investigation arm and you coordinate. But are you at liberty to tell us in a public hearing which agency of government you collaborate with for the raiding teams, or ibubulong mo na lang sa amin, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. So that's not under you.
Ang chairman po ng CICC Secretary, siya po
Sure.
magdi-discuss sa inyo.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yes, then perhaps later we may want to meet you also in executive session, or to get to know you better and the work that you do and how we can have more competent ICT professionals. And you mentioned that you are an authorized or accredited ethical hacker.
Yes, ma'am.
So there's because there are many unethical hackers, we know that. So ethical hacking
Yes.
is a profession.
Yes, it is.
Yes. How many, more or less, ethical hackers are there in the country, private or government?
There are in government, in several of the agencies.
Total, professionals, perhaps.
You certified, you mean?
There's a certification.
Yes, there is
Okay.
an international certification. You have
Good.
to take the exams. I've mentioned 10,000 government IT professionals we've trained. Hindi ho namin pa sila mabigyan ng certification kasi wala ho tayong pera for the payment ng voucher ng certification, pero tinrain na po natin sila.
Oh, but where do you draw the line? You train them. They have the competence
Yes.
and the know-how and
Yes.
the equipment. And we invested. When do they draw the line? What is ethical, and if they use their knowledge to do what is unethical?
Yes.
Is that not? Huh? Yes. No, in short, what's the oversight function of which agency to know whether the competent person is doing or utilizing his or her talent, knowledge from government funds who were trained
Yes.
to do what's ethical?
Actually, the thing with
Guards you.
sorry, Madam Chair, may I? Sorry. Within the government, everybody who does what I do and what the CICC does know each other. We just don't go out to the public, and because we do it for our agencies, to help our agencies cope up with attacks and to manage data sharing agreements and service level agreements of services that we acquire in terms of subscriptions and tools that we purchase. So, magkakakilala lahat. So yes, we ask each other's help. Yeah, we ask each other's help.
Meron ng lumihis at yung ethical hacker naging unethical na or unethical ang ginagawa, malalaman nyo?
Oo naman.
Parang kaming
Oo
24
naman.
senators, malalaman namin ang ginagawa ng isa't isa, more or less.
More or less, yes.
So, correct. You mentioned trolls. You would
Yeah.
know how who are behind the troll farms, how to ethically hack them, is that correct? And how to stop it?
Yes,
You
we
would
have
know
to
that?
detect them first, and then we look for them, and then we give it to our leaders to what do you want us to do if it's a nation state attack already. Sometimes that's how it is. Minsan, ano lang yung nagmamagaling mong kapitbahay, yung sinusubukan ka talaga, right? Or yung kalaban mo sa negosyo. Marami kasing pinanggagalingan siya. And kulang ang pera, mas madaling maggawa niyan online kasi veil of anonymity exists in the net.
So, ma'am, I have a quick question. Of course, compared to other superpowers, other countries, they have the equipment, they have the money, but in terms of uh, the aptitude of our countrymen,
yeah.
when it comes to like doing your job,
Yeah.
would we have enough talent pool in this
Yes.
country to be able to subvert if there was an attack?
That is why there was a push for the 100 bilats.
The 100.
100 technical cooperation bilaterals with 100 nation states because we have the personnel. In fact, Jason, can you show them the UNODC actually put up a side event in the UN Ad Hoc Committee on Cybercrime because they featured CICC, because of all the good things we've been doing. So we are very well recognized in the United Nations for the CICC's efforts, of course, with the leadership of our secretary.
Galing.
Ganun yan. We're just quiet. In fact, our Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs accepted an award because of the Khalistan Tiger na nangyari sa atin, na nahuli natin sila.
Ano yun? Ano
The
yun?
DFA Secretary went to India to accept the award for the Philippines kasi tayo ang nakahuli ng Khalistan Tiger.
What is that?
Terorista po. Tayo yun. Yeah,
When was this?
Secretary. Mga March.
I didn't even hear
Kasi hindi
about
po
that.
natin dinidisclose yung mga ganyan dahil hindi naman po tayo Department of Tourism. So, so we try to keep our capability.
Pero siguro paganda yan yung mga nafe-feature sa atin din, na mga nahuhuli din natin.
Ayan po siya.
Ayan siya.
Oo.
Okay.
We try to keep quiet as much.
Well, we'll have
where,
that-
where have you been? I'm hiding, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
We'll have that executive session
Yeah, thank
shortly after the questions are asked. So let's open now. You're done with your presentation, ma'am. Let's open
you,
now the
ma'am.
floor to our questions. Of course, we'll begin with the pro temp. And then after which, Senator Gatchalian and then Senator JV.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll first ask my question then, since you have the floor with ASEC Magsaysay. Is it accurate to or efficient or reliable to believe the security network, Kaspersky Security Network,
Oh.
that ranked us as second to Mongolia as the second most attacked country in terms of cyber attacks?
Yes.
It is accurate. Okay.
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
believe it. In short,
Yes.
paniwalaan ba natin to? Hindi lang, okay, so, tayo ang pangalawa, ayon sa kanila, sa cybersecurity firms, online security monitoring, the second most attacked country by web threats worldwide last year. And I would assume we're still this year, we don't know. Second to Mongolia, 49.8, and Mongolia's 51.1, and Ukraine is third, 49.6, like ours. So, and Greece, and then Belarus. So we're in that ranking.
yes.
You know that, of course, and you're taking it seriously, and you are doing all those efforts that you're doing.
Yes.
What should we do to take us out of this top 3, top 5 most attacked country? Or balik ta rin, ano bang ginagawa nila? Are they attacking us economically,
Yes.
in terms of military security, or other dimensions?
Okay, the attacks are varied, right? Mainly for financial purposes, we get attacked by many countries because medyo mangmang and English-speaking tayo, and masakit isipin na we are part of some attacks naman to other countries in terms of economic activities when we do scamming. And we are there. We are already there in that area, and it's scary. And we don't want people to recognize us as part of the scamming all over the world. So I think economic-wise, That's what we should look at. And the way people look at us because of the OSAIC part. Because bakit ka mag-hire ng isang taong hindi ethical online? So our economy is, GDP is brought in by services by Filipinos abroad, almost 80%. So if they really figure out Filipinos are unethical online, baka hindi tayo i-hire, baka bumagsak yung GDP natin. So we really have to be keen. And we welcome all of the law enforcement agencies and all the units and instrumentalities of the government that has built up in cyber. Keep on building up. If they need more equipment, go. DOJ says lead sila, go. We build up completely. Lahat tayo, tulungan.
Did we go up in terms of being second as the most attacked country on cyberspace? Were we low before, and because of the pandemic or some reasons, we escalated to be the second most attacked? And perhaps we should not broadcast it in this open hearing. Give us an executive session.
Yes.
What needs to be done to take us out of the top 5 or even top 10 ranking for it to be a cyber safe country, if that's the word to use, because it's a threat to our national security,
Yeah.
which includes our economic welfare.
Yes.
So, tumaas ba tayong number 2? Dati mababa tayo at may nangyari ba kaya tumaas tayo?
That one I have to check. We will
Yes,
discuss.
perhaps Sec Ivan can answer that. But
Yes.
before you do, I also want to know, it says here, I don't know if this is a credible report. There's a director of cybersecurity in a Hawaii-based think tank Pacific Forum that said the Philippines remains a target of Chinese state-backed hacking groups.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's accurate.
Very
The
accurate.
Pacific Forum said. So, iba pa yung ating pag-assess sa atin as a second most attacked country militarily, economically through the cyberspace, and iba pa yung Pacific Forum na think tank na nagsasabi that we are a target of Chinese state-backed hacking groups.
That's why we are number 2.
That is connected with our being number 2.
Yes.
Okay. We will not transmit what we need to do to combat this. It's very serious. And I would request for an executive session, maybe not after this hearing, so you can prepare. So the how to beat online sexual trafficking, because as author of the first trafficking law in my first term in 1998, and then the amended one in 2012 in my second term, and now I'm on my 4th term. But we're on tier 1. So it's really, we're on tier 1 because of our efforts, but we're also victimizing our children, and no less than families and neighbors are propelling their own kin to be sold sexually online. Nakakagalit talaga. So the OSAIC and then the Chinese state hack groups, as well as other hackers other than Chinese, criminal syndicates that makes us number 2, kindly give us information that cannot be told in a public hearing, and detalya yung mga sindikato at mga kriminal na gusto natin masugpo, at saka ano ang dapat gawin. Yeah, between the secretary and Ms. Magsaysay, you would know how to do that. And it's not just me. I'm sure my colleagues here, and they'll have a chance. I'm sorry, I just have to ask these questions. Nakakagalit, but of course, ang unang magalit, ang unang mapikon talo. So we will use ang ating talento at ang suporta namin sa inyo. So I will halt there in terms of our national cybersecurity plan and go to other questions as relevant, which may be answered perhaps by secretary or the others. Okay, we go to digital literacy. Again, the Philippines is number 1 in ASEAN sa in the lowest basic digital skills. Is this accurate? Of 6% of those age 15 and above only have basic internet skills. 2% have standard digital skills. Less than 1% of those age 15 have advanced digital skills. I hope this figures that I have here is incorrect, but I don't think it is, because we see the Philippines as only having 6, while Brunei has 57, Cambodia has 29, Indonesia has 49, Malaysia 60, Vietnam has 17, and we only have 6% in basic digital skills. So is this accurate? We have the lowest digital skills in ASEAN. Secretary Uy?
Upskilling,
Yes. So nakakalungkot sa sexual exploitation, mataas tayo, tapos sa attacks, tayo rin ang ina-attack, tapos sa literacy, tayo number 1 sa pinaka-illiterate digitally. That's really painful and we must do something. This goes hand in hand with learning poverty. So digital literacy, is this accurate? I hope it's wrong.
Madam Senator, if I may answer, I'm Undersecretary D, Jeff D. Number one, yes, it is an accurate report from the United Nations. But let me qualify, Your Honor, that that report was actually, the last time that they asked for that report was 2019. So now it's being updated, and I am particularly confident that we have increased our basic literacy and our intermediate or average literacy in ICT.
Okay. I'm happy you're a positive person and you're confident, but remember 2019, tapos nagka-pandemic. And we were not prepared, obviously, for the pandemic. We did not equip ourselves digitally. So I don't see how we could have improved because we were not prepared for the pandemic in 3 years, and we grew our population as well. So I hope we improved, but even if we slipped down to number 2 or our 6% of basic skills became 8 or 9, it's still not very good. Yes. So, this you can tell us in open hearing. Ano po ang dapat nating gawin para maibsan natin ang napakababang kaalaman sa digitalization? Ginagamit ang digitalization sa sexual exploitation, tapos sa kaalaman naman para sa kabataan, 15 years old, ay napakababa natin. Imagine, Madam Chair, 6% ang ating basic digital skills. Tapos, ang Cambodia, 29. Tapos sila ang Vietnam, 17. Ang Indonesia, 49. Tayo, 6%. Talagang napakababa. Sana nalahad po ninyo a special program to curb illiteracy in the digital world, please. Thank you. And this goes along with access to the internet, Wi-Fi. That's all about access as well. And content, the correct content. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to explain further, the definition in the United Nations of basic literacy, ICT literacy skills is being able to navigate the operating system. So alam niya mag-copy and paste, etc., etc. While the intermediate skills is marunong po siyang gumamit ng Excel, sorry, ano pala yun, branded pala yun, worksheet, at saka ng presentation software. Yun po yung definition. So, marami po sa mga Pilipino marunong gumamit ng mobile phone, marunong gumamit ng TikTok, ng Facebook, pero hindi po sila marunong mag-navigate ng operating system. Yun nga po yung, halimbawa, mag-save sa mobile phone or mag-save sa laptop nila, pero hindi nila mahanap yung file, hindi nila ma-copy and paste, etc. So we have a lot of intervention here in this space. We have, halimbawa po, yung, we have a project link that goes to the far-flung areas, mga barangay areas, where we teach people yung basic skills. At sinasamahan na rin po namin ng worksheet at saka presentation. In fact, for this year, if my numbers are correct, yung total training po namin in that particular sphere is approximately 71,000, mga around 71,000 proponents. But of course, in the whole, so in the ICT, we have 71,000 trainings of this type, no? But if we, of course, as a whole of nation approach, I think these courses also need to be integrated in the elementary and in the basic education.
The Madam Chair said, do you have a partnership with the Department of Education?
You want to add? But we do, Your Honor, the answer is we do. We actually have several memorandum of understanding and agreements with regard to
Yeah,
this.
these are MOAs, but what is being shared? How are you using DepEd content to reach the farthest areas for elementary schools that don't have Wi-Fi connection?
Yes, madam. The answer is yes. No, so we conducted. I just don't have the exact figures. I will submit to Senate, Your Honor. But we did conduct train the trainers for the basic ICT literacy training courses with DepEd, and we also have partnerships with DepEd to train their teachers, our public school teachers, with regard to these. Basta ang target lang po yung basic and intermediate training. But I would also like to emphasize, Your Honor, that the budget for that particular, kasi po yung ICT literacy and ICT industry was one of the hardest hit doon sa budget cut. I understand that we have a problem with BUR, but parang if you look historically din po kasi, this particular budget regarding ICT literacy of the ICT is one that is most hit nung parang ano siya, progressively being reduced as well.
Zero kayo ngayon?
We were reduced by ilang percent?
No, because
Around 60%.
the chair said, and I have it here, that your utilization is only 25%. Kasi as of September 15, 13.8 billion pesos, only 3.4 billion were obligated, 878.7 thousand were disbursed, leaving with a budget utilization rate nga, BUR nyo, 25. So, if I were DBM Secretary, not to defend SecMina, but clearly, how would you give an agency on the last quarter of the year has only utilized 25% a new budget? So, as the chair mentioned in the first few minutes of this hearing, how will you use the 25% in the last 3 months of the year? Because we want to support you. How will you do your rollout of ICT for DepEd? ICT for the rural areas? Paano? Itong budget nyo, gagamitin pa lang nyo yung 75% on the last quarter hanggang siguro, tingin ko yan, mid next year.
Maybe just to interject, perhaps you can say that the budget utilization of the department itself is low, but how about your program? What is your utilization?
Your Honor, I have 3 under me, or 4 major projects under me. The free Wi-Fi program, which has a BUR of 63%.
63.
Apo.
Okay.
The National Broadband Program, which is approximately 20%. ILCDB, or the ICT Literacy Competency and Development Bureau, which is approximately 11%.
Oh, yun yung mababa rin eh.
And the Cybersecurity Bureau, which is approximately at 44%.
So the free Wi-Fi is the one that's utilized more.
That is right now
Highest
under me,
utilization.
the highest
Okay.
utilization.
60 lang.
63% as of September 15,
Bakit
2023.
At saka, anong technology na, okay, you bid it out. Anong technology na ang ginagamit nyo? What is it called? Yung low orbit ng Starlink or VSAT pa rin, pero hindi na, dapat sa malalayong lugar, di ba? Sabi nyo, yung bagong teknolohiya ang ginagamit. So, anong ginagamit nyo? Educate us, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, we employ different technologies depending on the location. Of course, the fastest and walang kalaban talaga in terms of speed is fiber. Especially dark fiber. Kasi kahit yung mga submarine cables, fiber po yun. So, fiber pag meron. Pag wala po, we have to go to wireless. And of course, the fastest wireless is LTE. Kung wala pa rin po, doon na po tayo nagdidebate pinagdidebatihan ng technical team kung tayo po ay maglo-low Earth orbit or mag-geostationary. Meron pong isa pa yung mid-Earth orbit pero wala pa po yata sa Pilipinas. But we are still, whatever is available, but we're also talking to different vendors regarding baka po pwedeng dalhin din yung mid-Earth orbit sa Pilipinas as next gen. Yung low Earth orbit, everybody knows it right now as Starlink. Although internationally, there are 3 other providers for that.
They all in the Philippines?
No, only Starlink right now.
Okay, let's call it low orbit. And let's tell the truth, it's Starlink that's available. Is DICT utilizing low orbit technology already for areas where it is suitable?
Yes.
Already.
Yes, Your Honor. We have approximately 400 under procurement, and we have 256 for deployment, and about 400 more being procured for that particular project for low Earth orbit, Your Honor.
So just to clarify, Madam Chair, there is no resistance to change technology, and it would be depending on the situation, right?
That is
Because
correct,
I
Your
heard or I thought, so I'm mistaken, which is true, which is good, that there is a resistance of the ICT to entertain low orbit technology or Starlink. There is no such thing, right?
I will state categorically, Madam Chair, that we are embracing all available technology.
Yeah.
What is best in that location?
Yeah, in fact, we should be technology neutral depending on the situation, not really specify it. I only mentioned Starlink because I believe that it was the only technology available for certain areas in my home province, right? Binabagayan, oo. So kayo ang nag-decide ano ang bagay na teknolohiya.
Yes po. But we also do surveys, site survey para alam po namin
Correct.
kung... Yes.
Correct. Okay. So, what sa buong bansa para tumaas ang ating access sa Wi-Fi, ano ang pinakamagandang gamitin? Kasi you mentioned na fiber optic at saka yung low orbit, what's the other one?
Geostationary po or VSATs. Yung
ito
mga VSATs at BGANs po ang geostationary
Sat
orbit.
yung geostationary.
Apo.
Ito ba'y outdated na or relevant pa sa ibang lugar?
It is not outdated. It is still relevant. To explain po, it's also a lot cheap. Well, it's relatively cheaper, depende again sa location. Ang geostationary po kasi mabagal siya. Pero reliable siya. Kasi po, isa lang ang, kumbaga kung ito po yung satellite dish, isa lang ang tututukan niya. And basta may line of sight sa doon, gagana. Ang low Earth orbit, Starlink, kailangan niya pong tumingin ng 5 o 6 at a given day. Mas mabilis po siya. Pero kailangan niya mag-handover sa mga kasi dahil low Earth orbit po siya, mas mabilis siyang mawala sa line of sight. So a new one should replace it. So therefore, minsan, dito po pagalingan ng technology, kaya papansinin niyo yung Starlink parang nag-auto homing kasi hinahanap po niya yung satellite. So ang problema po dyan, namimili po talaga siya ng lugar kasi kung wala po yung network of low Earth orbit sa lugar na yon or minimal yung dami, limited din po yung kanyang reliability. But the speed is there. Kaya po, yun po yung major difference.
So, it's the ICT that does the ocular of the public spaces, right?
That is correct.
And for the non-public spaces, who decides? The operators in that province, the suppliers,
That is correct.
whether it's VSAT or low orbit
Uh,
or fiber optic.
In general, Your Honor, we do surveys upon request. Pag public places, we do surveys. Given the limited number of people, usually po per request. Pero there is also a combination of other factors, hindi lang po technology, but also availability and costing po. So, but of course, the technology is one of our higher, kumbaga sa criteria, is also one of the higher criteria po.
I have more questions, but I will yield to my colleagues, Madam Chair. And I would like to request you to schedule a executive session when available for the national security concerns. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Legarda, perhaps if we are able to ask our questions here right away, we can schedule the executive session today also while they're here.
They're ready with the answers.
No, because I'm sure you already mentioning ASEC Magsaysay. At least we can know part of the story already today, so that we won't have any further delay. So let me ask now my colleagues to please limit your questions to 7 minutes. Senator Gatchalian, you may begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Madam Chair, I'd like to take off where Senator Legarda left, and this is on the topic of the OSAEC, which I'm shocked that we're number 2 in the whole world in terms of online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. And to my mind, we're a developing nation. We know that, but there are so many developing nations as well. Not to pinpoint any one of them, but there are other countries who are much poorer than us. No? But I just want to ask, maybe Secretary Uy or maybe ASEC Magsaysay, uh, how come our country became number two? I know Senator Legarda asked for an executive session, but just answer whatever you can in this hearing. If you think that an executive session is necessary, then I respect that. But I'm just shocked that we became number two, ahead of many much poorer countries than us. My first question is, how come we became number two? And then number two, what can we do in the next few months? No, low-hanging fruits for us in order to remove us from that number two spot. So anyone po?
Madam Chair, well, one of the reasons is, of course, poverty, no? But primarily po, in terms of cybersecurity, we lack the necessary tools in order to identify the perpetrators of these crimes and to track them. We in the executive session will explain how we should be doing it. In many other countries, they have already those tools in order to identify malicious content and be able to do preemptive measures to do that. So
Secretary, when you say tools, are these equipment or are these laws
no,
or policies?
these are technical
Equipment. And I think a few weeks back, I saw in the news, I heard in the news, there's another case, no, that was, if I'm not mistaken, just here in Metro Manila, of the same sexual exploitation of children. No, but I heard that it was a tip or it was information coming from abroad. So in my mind, bilateral relationships, with I guess with developed nations. I think the developed nations are the primary consumer of this content. No? So do we have those bilateral relationship formally with these countries? Because these are things that we can. My point of the matter is these are things that we can enact fairly quickly in order to improve communication and coordination. But in your analysis, aside from the hardware that we need, do we have the necessary treaties or bilateral agreements with countries so that we can share information as quick as possible?
Madam Chair. Actually, we do. That's the reason why we have that already 100 bilateral agreements, mostly with our counterpart agencies that are also going after these. This is not just on pornography or sexual. It also includes financial crimes, money laundering, scams, the Nigerian scams. Many of these operators, they hide behind extraterritoriality because they feel that if they operate from another country and the victims are not in that country but elsewhere, the law enforcers do not bother with them. But what we're doing now is we're trying to make the world smaller for them by having exchanges with these countries. So, for instance, the pedophiles that we identify, we immediately inform the country where they are located, and the law enforcers there track them down, and eventually they get a warrant. They seize their computers and they see all the illegal content that they have, and from there they conduct their investigation, and they are able to link now where the source of those photos or videos. Then they inform us. Then we try to use their information now to track where these are coming from. So these are the types of cooperation that we have extensively, and because of that, we're really able to go after many of the criminals. Sadly, with respect to these ones that are being propagated by parents on their own children, is that when the children are rescued, the parents are arrested, and so the children end up being in a with the DSWD, and so sometimes there's this ethical moral dilemma of the children technically becoming orphans when we are successful in rescuing them, because their parents end up in jail, and and sometimes the law enforcers think which one is better, because if the parents are not arrested, they have food, they have lodging, they have a family. But once we're successful in going after them, they suddenly become technical orphans. And with so there are those moral dilemmas that we need to also address.
But obviously, Secretary, those parents are not fit to be parents. In fact,
Yes.
they're not fit to be human beings, no? Because
Exactly.
of what they do to their own children. So I'd rather have the government become the de facto parents, no? In the meantime, so that we can
Take care of them.
take care, rescue, and hopefully apply the necessary intervention for them to live normal lives in the future.
These children are heavily traumatized po. They're very traumatized when we recover them. And it's really a very sad picture. But sometimes when we go there and we separate them from the parents, the children are also crying because they want to be with their parents. And minsan lumalaban pa yung mga bata na wag hulihin yung mga magulang. So umiiyak sila, at ang hirap po, no? When you're on the ground and you see that this effort is really very depressing.
I think ASEC is raising her hands.
On a low-hanging fruit, we started, no, for everybody's sake, no. Sinimulan ho ng CICC na mag-coordinate ho sa UP kasi gusto po nating i-translate lahat po ng mga kailangan nating sabihin sa mga gidas, yung mga far-flung areas po niyan. And we were trying to give money for 10 professorial chairs para i-translate po sa 10 major languages natin or 170 subdialects ng Pilipinas. So may problema tayo sa communication sa tao. Gumagawa tayo English, nila naintindihan. Nila alam pa. Iyon na nga. Kaya, Madam, kung mabibigyan ng pondo.
So translation is not expensive.
Yes, ma'am. Nakahingi ho kami ng tulong sa NCRP, OPNP mag-translate. Pero kung sana madagdagan po yung aming budget din, gagamitin po namin yan para ma-translate, para maintindihan ho talaga nila kung ano yung mali, anong gagawin nila, kung paano gagawin to. Kaya po may connect yung trifecta na equity, yung kinonect ng DICT, yung tinuturoan natin sila ng skill sets, at saka yung patuloy na interaction do sa mga komunidad para maiakyat yung kanilang standard of living.
Permission of Senator Gatchalian, just an intercession based on the budget. Kindly give us the program that is your IEC program so that the ignorants or those who are innocent, whichever you call it, will not be victimized. Give us a program in English. Kindly give us to the committee members and to the chair. And the budget of translation, because the KWF can easily, a government agency can translate it under the NCCA, the Commission ng Wikang Filipino. Yes, we'll tell them. And it's their budget. Ano ang budget nila? Di gamitin nila.
Make use of that.
Yeah, make use of it in Filipino, in Cebuano, in Hiligaynon, Ilocano, major languages. Please, thank you.
Yes, actually, it's good that you reminded us, Senator Legarda, that we should also use the capability of other government agencies so that it doesn't really have to come from your bottom line. Yeah, but okay, so go ahead,
Madam Chair.
Senator Gatchalian.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Yusek. Sige.
Thank you, Senator Win, Madam Chair. Just in addition, because the question is really very pertinent, I just would like to inform the body that for the first time, the Philippines is sitting as Vice Chair of the Child Online Protection in the International Telecommunications Union, composed of 193 countries in the world. And this is the first year that we're joining that. I'd like to cite this because OSAEC actually is a problem that is actually interborders. We need to cooperate and collaborate with other countries in solving the OSAEC problem. So in this regard, we are also closely working with the Department of Justice and other partner organizations and different NGOs. In fact, one of our tasks is to scale that website to really also protect our children from online abuses. And we are also looking at filters, working with telco companies on materials that are not suitable for children. So if you will allow us, we will strengthen our fight against OSAEC by cooperating with different countries because this is an international problem. And briefly, Madam Chair Lauren, maayong aga, if I just would like to mention a direct answer to your question earlier, the DICT is very much grateful for the passage of Republic Act 11927, which is the Digital Workforce Competitiveness Law of the Philippines. Finally, the 2019 figure that you mentioned will be finally solved because Senate actually created a law that will solve this problem where digital competence is one thing. So, ang IRR po nito ay ilalabas pa lang this year. Malaki po yung mandate ng DICT to implement the Digital Workforce Competitiveness Law, which will deploy 45 digital competence across basic, intermediate, and advanced levels. So, kung bibigyan niyo po kami ng chance, we will ensure that we will increase the number of digital competence. And in answer to your question, aside from our thousands of trainings, we build ecosystems po in the different cities and regions. We create ICT councils. For example, in Antique, we have Antique ICT Council. And we work closely with different LGUs para hindi lang manggaling sa amin ang pondo for digital skilling. We also tap the vouchers of TESDA. That's why we also work with TESDA and DepEd and SHED in terms of really integrating digital competence for the Philippines. This is the first time last year under the Senate na we actually proclaimed to the world that digital competence should be across all courses for the first time by law. We said that kahit na engineer ka or nurse ka, you have to have digital competence. I think we are in the brink of really improving our numbers in terms of digital competence po. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusek. And I think more so we should really try very hard to get us out of that rank number 2 or even get us out of that list, no? Because we're now the vice chairman of the Child Online Protection Group. No? So more so, I think that it's doesn't speak well if we're ranked number 2 in the world and then we're vice chairman of that committee. No? So, Mr. Secretary, what I'm getting is we have all the laws, we have all the agreements. What we need is an investment in hardware. Is that what we're getting?
Multiple po. Hardware, software, intelligence, upskilling, training more people in order to do this. Public education on cyber hygiene. It's a multi-pronged approach po, but all of them would require funding, and that's where we were cut, I think, significantly. Cybersecurity was also cut significantly po.
We'll talk about the hardware and the other activities that you need in the executive session. I think that's more appropriate to talk about it there, considering the nature of that issue. But yes, please prepare the necessary investment because it's really alarming and shocking. No? And we pride ourselves to be one of the most child-friendly countries in the whole world. No? But I was shocked to see that we're number two. And of course, poverty is a main reason, but my initial thoughts is there are more poor countries compared to us. No, so I think that investment that we need is really appropriate, and we need it ASAP. No, thank you, Secretary. I'll jump to another question, but related. And the Senate had two hearings on cyber scamming. No? Initially by Chairperson Po, we talked about SIM card registration because seems to be the SIM card registration is one of the causes of this scamming. No? Kung ang mga unggoy nakarehistro, sigurado may scamming ho yan. Tinitignan ko, sabi ko nga kay Chairman, baka sa Manila Zoo nagkaroon ng registration kaya. No? But kidding aside, obviously there are weaknesses and gaps in the SIM card registration. And this week, yesterday, Senator Mark Villar also had a hearing on scamming, particularly financial scamming. No? But we all traced it back to anonymity and the veil of anonymity, as what I learned from ASEC Magsaysay. And one of the causes there is they can register SIM cards. The whole point of having that SIM card law is to remove anonymity, and to have accountability. But it's not working as planned. So I would like to ask the Secretary, how do we plug the gaps? And I also asked NTC at that time during the hearing of Chairperson Po, because I noticed that we have, I think officially there are about 120 million registered SIM cards, but obviously we have only 110 million in population, 70 million in adults. So there are multiple registrations. So I was asking NTC if they have that data, which is very important information in order to come up with policies. So my first question, Secretary, is in the SIM card registration law, what seems to be the problem? How come we're not reaching our objective of creating accountability, removing anonymity because people are hiding through that aspect, and then also how many to NTC, how many finally, how many of our constituents have multiple SIM cards, so that we will know the gravity of this issue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With your permission, Madam Chair, we actually one of the basic reasons for this is that the issuing agency for IDs. We have so many different government agencies, and all of them are issuing different types of identification documents. And some agencies have stricter rules before they issue that identification document. Other agencies are very lax. So if you would encounter, for instance, some agencies, when you apply, they just print a card for you, and it's up to you to put your own picture on those cards. Classic would be the tin card, the tin number. The BIR prints it for you and gives it you this card, but blanco po yung picture. So it's up to you now. If you want to put a monkey's picture there, you can always put picture. And then, so what happens is that these are government issued identification. Then they now use that to apply for a postal ID. And then now they have two government IDs that have fake credentials. Then they use that now to apply for a driver's license using these two government IDs. So actually, the fake credentials builds up as they go for the lowest hanging fruit, the weakest link in the chain, and are able to register a fake credential. And so that's where, so the solution there really is our national ID. Because with our national ID, it resolves a lot of the issues because we use biometrics and several types of biometrics, fingerprint, iris scan, and facial recognition in order to capture the identity. So mahirap po malusutan yan. So if we're able to deploy the national ID, it will make all the other departments that issue these medyo not very reliable identification to be no longer relevant. Then with that national ID as the basis, we can improve the SIM card registration by binabangga po natin yung information on the SIM card registration with the national ID to validate. Based on the announcement of the PSA, who is the agency in charge of the capturing of the biometrics for the national ID, they already captured, I think, 80 to 90 million. So, although there are still issues with respect to the quality of some of those data, but substantially, they're good. They're good data. And so that can be used now to quickly vet the SIM cards and see whether these are validly registered SIM cards.
Is it 80 to 90 million captured, or have they been, the cards actually been issued?
No po,
Not yet.
captured
Kasi parang ang na-issue lang mga 40, ano?
somewhere there.
Or 40 yung kulang, something like that, di ba?
So these are the ones captured. It's in their database. So with that, so what one of the strategies I'll defer to the NTC, but I'm just thinking one of the strategies is for the telcos to give us a list of the dubious ones that they suspect. Because for instance, the postpaid ones where there are subscriptions and regular monthly payments, they more or less malinis po yun. So it's on the prepaid side. So on the prepaid side, let's say if the credentials that were submitted was literally a passport or something that is more reliable, then maybe hindi. Pero kung barangay ID yan or a TIN number where in-upload lang yung ano, then maybe that can be subject to a revalidation process in order to clean out that system.
For the information of the panel, the draft NTC memorandum order regarding the SIM registration, they convened together with the NPC, the DOJ, the OSGP, NBI, PAOCC, and the telcos. So now, correct me if I'm wrong, ma'am, ha? You're going to be allowing that you're now going to require live selfies. Right, okay. Number two, stock photos will no longer be allowed because there's already a live selfie. Number three, flagging system. For those that have already registered, telcos shall prioritize for post-validation those that have been flagged as suspicious, such as individuals who registered more than 5 SIMs or juridical entities who registered more than 100 SIMs, those whose names are with random use of letters or characters, and those flagged by telcos as suspiciously engaged in text scams, spams, among others. So, pero paano ngayon yung mga pictures nga na medyo hindi naman mukhang tao, like AI? Anime.
Madam Chair, it's also included in the memorandum order.
If the telco discovers that among others, the registrant's information and data do not match, the information, the ID presented, or the ID or document submitted are fictitious, then it shall notify the registrant that an immediate barring, temporary deactivation shall be implemented. So may ganon, di ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The memorandum order was issued after consultation po with these agencies and the stakeholders. So they also provided their inputs on how to address the issue. So we issued the memorandum order po yesterday.
Okay, so
And-
now the telcos will be cleaning up. They'll be looking at the ones
Yes,
that
ma'am.
registered.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow,
Yes,
that's a lot of work, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. I'd like,
Yeah, can I just one follow-up, Madam Chair, to the Secretary. I was informed by Yusek Almirol that you're working on a project called EKYC, which I think is something exciting, because one of the when we were tracing the problems, both in scamming and other fraud activities, one of the root causes is they don't know who they are registering their SIM cards, who the telcos are selling their SIM cards to. So one of the solutions that I heard Yusek explain during that hearing yesterday is DICT is developing what they call the Know Your Client system. No, I think it's being done in Singapore and other jurisdictions. I think this is an exciting system that we are implementing. My question is, when do we see it? I think that will solve many things. And right now, kasi the telcos have already registered. No, in fact, sayang kasi. No, I'm thinking the telcos started with a clean slate, but now it's a dirty slate. No, so you have to clean up the dirty slate. No, but that takes time, and it will create also disruptions in the lives of the normal and honest registrants. No, because hindi naman lahat fraudsters. May mas marami honest. But in terms of when you do the cleanup, obviously you will also affect the honest ones. But the EKYC is something exciting. But my question is, when do we see it? Do we need funding for it? Because that will also solve many things. Financial scamming, love scam, crypto scam, all the scams will be solved with this EKYC. So,
Madam Chair, Your Honor. Yes po, the EKYC was launched 5 months ago. So live na po itong system na ito. And there was a transfer of responsibility in terms of the digital integration of the national ID. Connected na po ito sa EKYC natin, around 90 million registrants. So the EKYC will solve actually the SIM card registration. In fact, we've been having a workshop with NTC for them to have a revalidation of the registered SIM card. Kahit po na mag-pretend ka doon or unggoy ang iligay or kung anong mukha, pero kapag hindi talaga ikaw yung may-ari ng information na yon. So ganito po kasi yung algorithm po nung EKYC. First, it will validate if you have that data. 90 million na po ito na information. So pwede natin pong mag-benefit dyan. And the good news here, you don't need to issue them a card. Kaya nga po sa ibang bansa, we've been to Estonia po and we observe 99% of their e-payment is done online. E-payment po yan, 99% because of the trust and confidence of the people to their government because they're able to utilize their national ID. Now we have the EKYC. In terms of timeline po, naka-launch na po tayo, Senator.
Are we mandating the telcos to use it already? When are we going to mandate? Are we going to mandate it? Because parang, for example, in the banks, when you open an account, it's mandated that banks do know your client activities. No? So are we doing the same for telcos and other utilities or other companies? Because without mandating it, then it's useless. No? If it's optional, then nothing's going to happen.
I'm part of the technical working group po and partnership with NTC that they will be revising the IRR to have that EKYC integration. So we had a meeting with the NTC and they need to mandate telcos. By the way po, Madam Chair, this EKYC na dinevelop po ng DICT, it will solve not only po yung pong SIM card registration. One-time, big-time solution po ito. Hindi lang po ito, pati po yung mga peking diploma, yung mga peking driver's license, yung mga peking... In fact, pag nalagay mo po yung first name, last name, middle name, birthday mo, at nag-liveness check ka, pag nag-pretend ka na ikaw ay ibang tao, let's say I'm gonna use your name and I'll put my picture in it, hindi gagana po yan. The AI technology is really very capable in identifying fraud activities. Ang pinaka-problema po kasi, Madam Chair, sa Pilipinas, kaya ang dami pong scam, ang dami pong mga phishing, smishing, vishing, lahat na klase sa Pilipinas. Kasi po, sa registration pa lang pumapalpak na ho tayo eh. Users are identified in the Philippines. But if we're going to fix the registration process pa lang, registration sa social media, registration sa LTO, sa driver's license, sa passport, sa postal ID or barangay clearance and so on and so forth. The EKYC is a one-time, big-time solution, Madam Chair, because this is already integrated to the 90 million data na pinaghirapan po ng PSA.
Need funding for that? Do you need funding to launch a full-blown EKYC
Opo,
activity, or you don't need any funding? It's just policy.
the car was developed. Nagawa na po namin yung sasakyan. Ang problema, wala kaming gasolina, wala kaming talyer, wala kaming driver. So those are the things po that we could, ano po.
With the permission of Senator Gatchalian, why do we need to create another database when we have our SSS and GSIS information, which has been vetted? Can't we use this information? You mentioned about driver's license, LTO yan. We have SSS, we have GSIS, so private and government na yun. Can't we call that information and use it rather than ask for a new budget and start from scratch to gather data?
Actually, ma'am, yung pong nauna dati, like yung UMID card, yung PhilHealth, GSIS, meron po nangyari pong biometric po doon or face capture, pero hindi po dinaan sa tinatawag templating. O hindi po nakuha po yung talagang capable siya for biometric recognition. Yun po yung hindi nagawa in the past kasi bagong teknolohiya po ito.
Teka muna, so yung EKYC, bagong registration na naman.
Hindi na po.
Anong gagawin
So,
natin?
ito ang technology na ito para mag-empower sa 90 million na na-capture po na data ng PSA. So, this is literally a digital national ID integration po, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
how much is that?
Um,
Sabi mo may sasakyan na, wala lang gasolina. Magkano kailangan nyo sa gasolina?
Ang kailangan ho namin po is para ma-integrate na po itong technology na ito all throughout government agencies, both local and national. Yung pagkakailanganin po namin. And our request po sa EGOV po, although part of that po is, yung request is 2 billion po, yung additional request, pero hindi lang po ito yung kailangan po ng EGOV. Part po ng kailangan po namin po yung integration ng EKYC sa lahat ng government agencies, Madam Chair.
I suggest we start with the telcos and with SIM registration kasi yan ang problema at hand eh. We traced that during the hearing yesterday. Once you have a fake SIM card, you can do everything. Smishing, phishing, open a fake Facebook account, open a fake Twitter account, or open a fake, everything you can do fake because you have that fake SIM card. So by preventing telcos from registering fake information, you prevent many things from happening. So my point, not to belabor not to belabor the issue, just submit to us how much do you need, and of course the policy that is required, because the budget is one thing, but also the policy is another thing. And Secretary, we can submit to the committee how we can do this in order to prevent all of this fraud from happening.
Perhaps we should have another hearing with regards to this. This is another concept, but before we continue, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, and of course, Senator Raffy Tulfo. So in order of arrival, we have Senator Ejercito now who will field his questions, but I would also like to, after Senator Ejercito, I have to ask very crucial questions with regards to the Intel fund that is being requested by the DICT. And I want to hear the report of the COA because I think that that will also help with the questions moving forward by the two additional senators that we have present here today. So, Senator Ejercito, you may now proceed with your questions. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the DICT family. Picking up where Senator Gatchalian left off, no? About itong ano natin, no? We're hoping yung the SIM card registration parang lumalabas, parang kulang pa. But with the completion, kung makumpleto na natin or with national ID, Secretary, with that help a lot and that talaga minimize scams. Kasi even with the passage of the SIM card registration act, andyan pa rin yung mga scams eh. So hopefully with more data, with the national ID system together, sabi nga, pag nabangga na ito, then could we expect really that we will minimize already scammers, online scammers, and hackers and the like, and cybercrime?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, this effort is a cat and mouse thing po, no? So once we plug the SIM card, they actually have been moving into other platforms. So they're moving into Messenger, into Facebook, into WhatsApp. where SIM cards and SIM numbers are not even needed in order to pursue these scams. So that would require a different approach with different tools and different set of rules po addressing that. But the SIM card registration law is a good law because it actually aims to address one of the most prevalent way of scamming. So medyo mapipilayan po sila once this is implemented effectively with cleaning up of all the fake identity.
Actually, if I may also interject, thank you for acknowledging that the law is good. Well, definitely our intention of the law is there. For those that are critical, yung isa nga yung presidential anti-organized crime na sinasabing isuspend muna. Itong ni-raid ninyo na POGO facility with about 1 billion pesos worth of SIM, of load in their SIM. Can you imagine kung wala itong law na to, we have no reason to hold them. Di ba? Pero kaya ngayon, dahil nga bawal na yung ganyan, at least pwede na natin silang kasuhan. Pero imagine 1 billion load. Ang budget ng NTC, 429 million lang. Ito isang facility lang, may 1 billion yung load. Tapos, yung budget ng CICC, 320 million lang. Diba? So imagine, you're really fighting Goliath. Diba? So I just wanted to put that in perspective. Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Senator JV.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also, Sec Ivan, no, you mentioned, talagang yung challenge natin as of now, yung postpaid mo, kung madali na yun because all the data, information, will be easily accessed, no? Yung problema is sa prepaid. So, how can we solve this problem that consider that everybody can just get, no? Kaya lang yung ating national ID rin naman at the same time, we are kind of slow, no? In the implementation. Super slow, hindi lang slow, but super slow. And where are we already? Ilang percent na ba? Nasa 40 million na ba? So, yun po, yung dalawa, no? Yung sa prepaid, while we are still waiting for the national ID to be completed, what can we do about it so that we can prevent more scams?
Yes, Madam Chair. So the National IDO is under the Philippine Statistics Authority, but they're concentrating on the plastic printed card po. So as a measure to speed up the deployment po, the DICT was tasked to come out with a digital version of the National ID. And that's the one.
The President already instructed, right,
Opo.
the DICT to already
Take over. On
Siguro
dig-
isang tanong din, Madam Chair, isang kulang doon sa national ID na talagang yung signature. It's not, what do we remedy? Hindi man lang siya tanggapin ng bangko. Diba? That's really, ang daming genius sa bansa na ito eh. Pati yun, nakalimutan pa. So how do we remedy that, Secretary?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, our remedy is on the eKYC app because now, instead of the signature, it will be the biometric acknowledgement. So even more secure po. Kasi signature na peke, yung mukha po medyo mahirap ipeke kung biometric ang approach. So that's where we are going. So we will be able to quickly bridge that gap dahil imbis na antayin po natin yung plastic card, madi-deploy na natin yung digital on the mobile platform.
Yeah, through QR codes already,
Opo.
yung biometrics
Correct.
already to digital.
Opo.
So hopefully, Madam Chair, again, we have to fast track already national ID para nga po yung database kompleto na, no? Na we can expect that this will, sabi nga pag naibangga na ito, this will really make the SIM card registration act more effective this time. Doon lang po sa now hackers, scammers, and online criminals, I think, Madam Chair, this is the new enemy of everybody, no? Lahat tayo vulnerable, especially mga seniors, youth, yun yung mga tina-target and everybody's vulnerable with it. We're all potential victims and siguro Madam Chair will ask already on the Intel funds medyo dito sa Senate kasi we are quite sensitive on this issue on the confidential intel fund. But probably later on, when Madam Chair would ask already the details, siguro si Sec Ivan kasi, you already mentioned earlier that you will be asking. Pero siguro we would want to find out, Madam Chair, kung paano gagamitin, whether siguro kung sa CICC gagamitin to, kami, sabi nga namin, Madam Chair, we were talking on the sides. We are more than willing to increase funding, 300 million to 460 million. I guess we have a bigger enemy right now of the Filipino people. As I mentioned, everybody can be potential victims. So hopefully you can detail later on. We are willing really to support this instead of other civilian agencies that are asking for intel fund. Nauuso na to, pero ito talagang kalaban natin to eh, 'di ba? Everybody are potential victims. So I hope Sec Ivan, you can we can discuss this on executive session when our chair asks already on questions on the how you will use, and we would like to listen, no? Kami po willing to support as long as sabi ko nga hindi lang ito internal and external threat ito. Again, everybody is potential victim. So mamaya po pag nagtanong ng chair, then we will listen.
Okay, so Senator JV, I would like to inform the panel that at 2:30 p.m. The Senate President requested that we go to his office for an executive session. Only important individuals that have to do with security will be allowed in. Now, after Senator JV, as I mentioned, we'll just ask for the report of the COA of the 2020 and 2019 budget that was used for the intelligence fund. 1.2 billion yan eh. Ang laki nun eh. So, anyway, go ahead, Senator JV.
Okay, we'll just ask later, no, tungkol sa Intel Fund on the executive session. Again, sabi ko nga, yung mga vulnerable, no, seniors, youth are victims of cybercrime. Recently, my son also, no, was newly was working already pero kaka-issue pa rin ng credit card sa kanya, na scam siya, no? Siguro tanong ko lang, kanino pwedeng lumapit yung mga victims of scandals, itong mga hackers? So who do they, maraming nabibiktima nito eh. I think by the thousands every day. Sec Ivan.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, we have a hotline. It's 1326. And that hotline was actually just set up several months back in order to address this growing concern po. Before that po kasi, the public was at a loss kung kanino sila pupunta. Minsan pumupunta sila sa law enforcement agencies, hindi ho sila napaprioritize. So we
you have a hotline now, ang DICT.
1326
and CICC.
is the one that manages
That's
it.
done.
So this is an interagency task force po that puts together not just the law enforcement agencies, but the telcos, the e-wallet providers, the online bank providers, and so on. So all stakeholders are in one room so that any information that we receive, we can immediately act on it. Because the sooner we act on it, the lesser the damage po. Ang nangyayari po kasi dati, these criminals, they take advantage na medyo matagal yung reaction ng gobyerno. So marami na silang nabibiktima bago gumagalaw ang gobyerno. So we have a quick reaction team now that does that. As soon as we receive that information, we immediately alert, for instance, the e-wallet providers na, may ganitong scam na nangyayari at ito yung mga tina-target na accounts. So the e-wallet providers can immediately block or freeze those, we call them money mules where they deposit. So preemptive, most of them are preemptive. Thank you.
Well, that's good to hear, no? Because Madam Chair, I think daily, by the thousands na po ang victims ng scams. And, my son, kasi yun yung savings niya, makunat yung anak mong yun eh. No, lahat ng binibigay, hindi po nyo. And he felt bad and he was na-traumatize siya. And just imagine, Madam Chair, how many people are victimized of their hard-earned savings, talaga pinaghirapan, just isang click of a, naloko sila, na phishing, phishing or whatever. In a blink of an eye, they will lose everything that they have saved for, no, to their yung mga life savings pa nga minsan. So it's good to know that the
Senator JV?
ICT already.
Senator JV?
Yes,
may ano,
go ahead.
what was the transaction entered into by your son? Kasi nag-ITA tayo ngayon eh. That's why gusto kong ma-cover din yun. What was that? Did he buy something?
He was issued a credit card kasi na-working na siya. He is working already for a year. So nabigyan siya ng credit card. But and then after a few hours, somebody called him. Siguro tingin namin inside job, no? Alam yung details, no? Alam yung background niya eh. So sinabi sa kanya yung details, background, napalagay siya. So ang mali niya, he gave the OTP. Kasi nga, alam yung background, di ba? So ang target nila, I guess, Madam Chair, a minority leader, are the vulnerable, mga seniors, mga bata. So lessons learned, no? So I'm hoping that these things can be addressed.
Madam Chair, I'll just elaborate why I asked the question because we are now currently discussing the ITA. Malapit na natin i-finalize Internet Transactions Act. Unfortunately, yung transaction ng son po ni Senator JV is a financial transaction under supervision of the BSP, which we intentionally did not put under the scope and coverage of the ITA. So, kailangan bigyan natin ng pansin din yan. So we have one senator with personal knowledge of a fraud perpetrated through that financial transaction.
With the permission of Senator JV, in line with that, how will their recommendation to embark on a comprehensive ID system of the billions that the USEC was mentioning solve this problem? Is that a solution, or the utilization of existing data from SSS, PhilHealth, GSIS, passport, and LTO driver's license? If you put that all together, that's all the information. So we don't need additional funds. We don't need a new bidding for a software company. We don't need more resources if we put, assuming it's allowed to link all the SSS, GIS information for the DICT to use. And will that help solve scams like this? So that's my question. Thank you.
May I answer, Madam Chair? That's very correct, Your Honor. We don't need to build another data, okay? We don't need to recapture again. What we need is an harmonization of data. And DICT, we're able to develop the eGov platform. It's a horizontal play, it's a platform play, so that this, para pong rotonda, so e-government develop a rotonda system, so that this data should be linked to this rotonda, so that someone will pass this rotonda, we're able to benefit all of this link data into it. Yan po yung eKYC, Madam Chair. And this will, kasi po, ang problema po kasi natin, well, investigation and
Teka
prosecution.
muna, sir.
Apo.
Sinong gagawa nitong EKYC? Yung kumpanya importante. Remember, nung nagkaroon tayo dati ng pandemic at sinusulat natin yung information natin, sinasubmit natin yan nagta-travel tayo or sa mga restaurants, nag-leak lahat ng information na yan. Kaya dumami yung mga scams nun. So whoever will be assigned to harmonize that information should really be vetted. Kayo magbabantay, ma'am. 'Di ba? Kasi mamaya yung kumpanya mismo nagagawa niyan ang magli-leak ng information. Doon ako natatakot kasi nangyari yan sa atin. So anyway, I'm just reminding you.
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the eKYC is built in-house by the ICT. So this is an in-house develop at wala pong ginastos po ang gobyerno po to build that in-house developed system. The eGov Super App is built in-house by the ICT. Also the eKYC build. What we need po is the integration and harmonization of the data. And they don't need to share data, by the way, of SSS, PhilHealth to the ICT at all. So what we need is for us to assist them to create that applications programmers interface to link to this rotunda. Because the ICT, we don't want to manage any data, Madam Chair. So what we need is that harmonization of data through integration. Yun po yung kakailanganin po, Madam Chair.
But sir, I mean, aren't you part of, you founded Multisys, right? So this is a software developing company also, right?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So have access to this. I mean, I'm just saying because there was also this issue about the mga vax certification, database. Did you have anything to do with that? Did Multisys have anything to do with that?
We did not do the vaccination certificate, Madam Chair. Wala po kaming ano doon. We
Pero
didn't
in
have any.
pero in database.
We did not, hindi po kami gumawa po ng vaccination certificate, Madam Chair.
No, but the database of all of the information of individuals, like di ba nilalagay mo palagi doon, nag-fill up tayo ng name, phone number para ma-contact trace?
Yun po yung contact tracing dati, Madam Chair.
So meron kayong ginawa doon?
We donated a contact tracing platform to the government to help during the pandemic, Madam Chair.
And that's where the problem was eh. Yung contact tracing dati, nag-leak yung information. Yun ang sinasabi nila, kaya nakakatanggap tayo ng mga random texts, mga ganyan. Ma'am, you think there was a connection? Maybe? Oh, never mind, let's just talk about it later on. All right, I'm not accusing, I'm just saying that that's how crucial the information is. Because if you harmonize all of that, you allow the integration of government information, and, you know, like a software developing company is negligent, we will all fall victim. So, I mean, we just have to vet them properly.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Sino yun? Okay, sir.
Madam Chair, the design of the eGov app ho, is such that we have what we call a self-sovereign data practice. What this basically means is that the system does not collect and store the information. It just serves as a platform to access. So give you an example ho. When you're registered with your eGov app, and you are able to validate your identity. Let's say you want to apply for a loan in a bank. So when the bank actually scans your QR code, you will receive a message on your app that this bank is trying to access your national ID information. So you have to do a facial verification, and then you say yes. Then the bank will be able to access your national ID. Then, on the application of the loan, the bank will now say, I need to access your BIR information or your ITR. Again, you will receive a text again, information that the bank wants to access your BIR information. Then you have to use your biometric again to validate that you are giving your consent to the bank to access your BIR. So that system does not contain those data. It just contains a gateway where you have to, each time your private information is being asked, whether if it's your health information, it will ask for you to agree to reveal your health information. Then they can access your PhilHealth.
That looks like a lot of resource to develop,
It's a lot of tech, but
And
it's mainly a validation mechanism. This is what's happening already in many other countries, Singapore, Estonia. We're following actually best practices in terms of data privacy and data self-sovereign data, which means there is that's precisely what we're trying to avoid, that any super agency has everybody's information in a single database where everybody can be compromised. So they are still maintained in each of the department's silos, and it's just a token, a device where you will actually request for access.
Oh, one time lang, di ba?
Opo.
With the, yeah.
Opo.
Okay, well, I think
That's how we
reasonable.
design it.
Thank you.
you want to wrap up?
Yes, Madam Chair, I guess I'm okay. I guess, again, later on, for the executive session, again, I would reiterate yung Intel funds, confidential funds, I don't mind. But we just have to hear it in detail on how you will spend it, no? For hardware, capacitate our personnel, software. Kasi nga, Madam Chair, again, I'll reiterate, every Filipino is a potential victim. Yan ang kalaban natin. So, we don't mind, no, na lagyan po itong DICT. It is a civilian agency or department, pero I think this will be an exception. So, I would just like to hear it later. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay. You know, there's an executive order 2015 with the guidelines of how an intelligence fund may be utilized. Okay, so there are limitations as a reward, as a safe house for the informant, to rent vehicles or buy equipment related to an intelligence mission. But definitely, it cannot be used to compensate, to add to anybody's salaries that have nothing to do with intelligence gathering. So we know all of that, and we will ask you in detail during the executive session exactly why you need it. But I would like to hear from COA now. COA, 2019, binigyan ng DICT ng magkano, tapos 2020, basta 1.2 billion yan eh. Total Intelligence Fund that was it disbursed? Is it all allowed? Oo, di ba? Binigyan.
Madam Chair, if I may, an Intel fund is not allowed for a civilian agency. Hindi ka dapat,
I'm sorry, confidential fund.
they should not have been given Intel fund. That's only for a PNP and the AFP. Di ba?
May
Oh,
pagkakaiba ba? Intelligence confidential. So,
For-
confidential fund.
You were confidential. Kasi
Okay.
pag Intel fund, hindi
Okay,
pwede.
confidential fund. I stand corrected. So, how much again?
Madam Chair, Your Honors, we have a separate office who has audit jurisdiction to audit the confidential and intelligence fund. No? Sa DICT, hindi po 1.2 billion ang na-release. It's only 400 million.
So, 400 million lang ang na-release.
Yes,
Bakit yun ang na-release lang?
DBM can answer that question.
400 million for total.
To 2019 and 2020, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes po, good afternoon po, Madam Chair, and Your Honors po. Yung for 2020 po, the appropriation of 800 million under the ICT po was not released. It formed parts po nung COVID-19 response po natin na hindi na po siya na-release and in-include po siya as offered savings po to augment funds po ng COVID-19. Pursuant po to RA 11469 po.
Okay, but then the released 420 million, was that all accounted for? Meron bang the disallowed on? Were they given a clearance?
For the record, Your Honors, we didn't receive an notice of disallowance or notice of suspension or AOM from the ICFAO. So,
Who actually investigates? Who studies if it was disbursed properly?
it is the ICFAO under the Office of the Chairperson in Commission on Audit, Central Office.
So nasan siya?
Uh,
You know we were going to discuss about this. Why isn't she here?
Separate po ang office nila, sir, ma'am. The ICT Audit Group po.
So
Ang
when-
liquidation and disbursement of the confidential fund are audited by the ICFAO.
ICFAO. So, pag pinadala sa ninyo ito, hindi ninyo sinasabi sa ICFAO, dapat nagpadala kami ng notice sa ICFAO.
Well, under the joint circulars, ma'am, they should send notice of disallowance to our office if merong mga discrepancies na
So, wala silang pinadala.
as of now, wala po. As of this period.
Pero matagal na yun, di ba? 2019 pa yun.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, so for now,
Madam Chair, factual questions lang tayo muna.
yeah, go ahead.
Factual, hindi naman to about the audit eh.
No, I
So
think,
sa 2019, magkano ang CIF or confidential fund appropriated for the ICT? Yun lang yung tanong muna. For 2019,
For 2019, the total appropriation is 400 million.
400 million.
But
Tapos,
ang na-release lang po sa kanila
Na-release.
is 300 million.
300 million. That's for the calendar year
29.
fiscal year 2019.
Yes.
Okay. For fiscal year 2020, how much was
100 million lang po yung na-release. 100 million.
ang
But
na-release?
part of yun ng 400 million appropriation ng DICT.
So 400 na lang ang term mo ngayon. 400 na yun sa 2 years.
Yeah.
Because appropriation was made in the 2019 GAA siguro. Tapos 2 years validity ang gusto mo sabihin.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So ang total release mo, so ulitin nga, total release yon. Total appropriations, magkano?
Total appropriation for 2019 is 400 million.
Ika na, lito ako.
Hindi.
400. Then ang na-release 300.
And then, we separate it, sir.
Nalito ako. Nalito ako.
Kasi ang pagkakaintindi ko 2019, 400 million.
Yeah.
2020, dapat 800
800
million.
Hindi po na-release yun. Unrelease po yun.
Pero in-approve. Di ba? In-approve ng budget. I mean, nasa budget. Pero hindi lang na-release because of the pandemic. So total release,
So, ang account po talaga ng DICT is 400 million.
Pero historically nga, na-appropriate ng Congress sa DICT, 400. Tama?
No.
Appropriated. Tama? Hindi lang na-release. Tama?
No. Can you, the DepEd will,
And kaya nga tayo nagkakalituan, naghirap pa usap eh.
For 2019 GAA, 400 million lang po.
20
For
GAA.
2020 GAA, 800 million. Hindi po na-release yung 800 million.
None. Okay. Okay, pagdating naman sa releases, usapang releases, sa 2019, 300, sa 2020, 100. Okay,
correct.
tama?
Correct.
Sige, so that means historically, nag-appropriate pala ang Congress ng confidential fund for this department. That's a fact. Statement of fact yun. Okay, so. Sige, Madam,
Correct, Your Honor.
Madam Chairperson, yun na po yung factual findings natin.
Kung NEP ba yun or amendment? NEP ba yun or amendment?
Maybe the
Pero may-
DepEd can answer that.
May the budget officer of the DICT should know.
So,
Was
ano
it
nga
NEP
ba to?
or was it NEP or amendment or congressional insertion?
Madam Chair, both 2019 and 2020 are both insertions.
Amendments.
alam natin.
Congressional, Madam Chair.
HOR, I doubt it.
Hindi.
No. It's Congress, they cannot insert malaki. No.
So saan to? Ano kaninong House or Senate insertion?
Just secretary, just under secretaries, be careful sa sagot kasi we're treating this as factual, ha? Please, be accurate, please.
Pero wala namang rule na kailangan 400 every year, di ba?
Hindi.
Madam Chair, we'll check on our records. We don't have right now.
Yeah, better to be safe, and maybe we can discuss this later on also. All right. Actually, I have no further question for now. That we need to discuss it later on. So Senator Tulfo is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just like last year, I'd like to inform the DICT family that you have my full support. Dahil I know how important your role is in protecting our cyberspace, particularly against cyber criminals and cyber terrorists, scammers, etc. In fact, last year, kung matatandaan nyo, sinuportahan ko kayo doon sa inyong confidential fund. Inilabang ko yun. Hindi nga lang nag-materialize, pero pinaglabang ko yun ng gusto. Meron lang akong katanungan ngayon tungkol sa budget ninyo. As of September 2023, this year, hindi niyo pa na-utilize yung inyong budget in full. Actually, nasa 25% pa lamang ang utilization niyo ng budget ninyo. So, mahina kayo gumastos. Bakit? Anong nangyari? Sir?
Mr. Chair, the figure for 25%, that is as of August 25. September 15. I'm sorry about that, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Moving forward, Mr. Chair, towards the end of the year, that will be about 70%.
Towards the end of the year, that will be about 70%.
70%. Yes,
Bakit-
Madam Chair.
Ba't di tataas-taasan pa? Gawin yung mga 80 o 90 man lang para at least ma-utilize nyo talaga yung budget na binigay sa inyo at magamit nyo sa mga bagay na para mapaayos yung trabaho.
We will do our best, Madam Chair.
Okay. I need your help kasi meron akong Facebook page at maraming gumagaya at pinipeke at marami ng mga taong nagreklamo sa akin na sila ay na-scam at identified yung mga account, yung mga cellphone numbers nila. Ang lalakas ng loob. Ang dami ng mga naloko gamit yung GCash. At inilapit ko na sa inyo yon. Meron na ba tayong resulta? At bakit nakakalusot? At kala ko ba meron ng SIM card registration?
Mr. Chair, Senator, again, thank you very much for your strong support po, no, on the DICT and the CICC on our effort to go after this. Well, one of the reasons we're challenged in going after them is we can explain it in detail when we go on our executive session for the confidential fund. So that's one of the areas where we lack the ability to do so because our hands are tied with respect to intel gathering in going after these people. We have to face challenges on the protection on the national privacy, data privacy, and there are certain areas where the criminals hide behind layers of identity. So we need more in-depth capability in terms of identifying the perpetrators. At the same time po, where they use what we call OTT or over-the-top applications, for instance, like Facebook, WhatsApp, where they do not even need a SIM card in order to do this. Iba po yung methodology na ginagamit worldwide in order to address this. At again po, we lack the necessary tools and the resources to be able to do so. Medyo sophisticated po ang kanilang method and kadalasan po nakikiusap ko kami sa Facebook, nakikiusap kami sa WhatsApp to provide us with that information. But since they are not located in country, they are located abroad, they can just ignore us. We cannot issue a summons or a subpoena or even a show cause order dahil nasa abroad sila.
So how can you stop these syndicates na hindi lang sa account ko kundi sa iba pang mga Facebook page na sa mga kilalang tao, nagpapanggap na sila yon and then asking money o nagpapakontest, marami nanuloko. So hindi ba kayo pwede makipag-coordinate sa GCash?
Opo.
Para matukoy kung talagang sino sila, kung saan bansa sila, kung sa ibang bansa sila, then go after them and get in touch with the authorities in that country where they're operating.
That's exactly what we're doing po. We have, as mentioned earlier, we have 100 bilateral agreements already with 100 countries and agencies in order to share information and go after these. These are what we call extraterritorial or outside their jurisdiction enforcement. So with that, we have cooperation agreements where kung ang nabiktima sa kanila po, na-track nila, nandito sa atin, hinahabol po natin. At kung ang nabiktima dito sa atin, nanggaling ho sa kanila, sila naman ang humahabol. So ganito mga bilateral cooperation po. Importante po ang international cooperation natin with all these agencies as well as countries that have those capabilities and are friendly to our request po.
Meron na ba kayo mga nahuli, nakasuhan? from these syndicates, yung nanloloko ng scam sa using Facebook and ginagamit yung GCash para makapangolekta ng pera sa mga hapless victims.
Opo, CICC will be able to respond to that po.
Okay,
Good afternoon, Senator Tulfo.
good afternoon po.
Marami na po tayong mga naimbestigahan at ito po'y pinapasa po natin yan sa PNP and sila po yung nanguhuli pero may mga success na po tayo na pwedeng isiwalat mamaya sa executive session. At pwera pa nun, yung pagkaso po nun, ipinapasa po natin sa DOJ. So walang overlapping po kami ng activities dito. Meron na ho.
Let's talk about POGO-related crimes. In fact, recently, marami ako natanggap ng mga reklamo sa radio program ko. Ito yung mga players ng POGO or work sa POGO, and then all of a sudden, nawawala yung kanilang mga driver, missing or sometimes patay na. And yet, these people buhay at hindi magalaw-galaw ng mga police. Probably, the police are waiting for more evidence, piece of evidence para sila ma-prosecute. Hindi niyo ba minomonitor yung mga POGO activities? Hindi niyo ma-monitor yun?
Pag meron pong trigger na pinasok ko sa atin sa CICC, kaagad-agad ho natin in-actionan to. Ang timeline natin dito within 48 hours, yun yung best natin. And kasama na rin po dyan yung mga kidnap for ransom, etc. etc. So yes, in-actionan po natin. Yung sa inyo po, Senator Tulfo, meron na po tayong initial findings nandito sa likod ko. Ibibigay po kay Secretary para
thank you.
ibigay sa inyo.
Yan na.
Yes, sir.
Very nice, very nice. The more you'll have my support, double this time times 2 na.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. In support of the ICT family.
Times 2.
Sa budget, hindi muna. Okay. Pero Mr. Chair, kailangan na talaga na nila ng confidential fund. Marami sa ating mga ahensya sa gobyerno, well, I'm not saying na hindi na kailangan, nabibigyan ng malaking confidential fund, so much so dapat sila, mas lalo na. Because like I said, they play a very important role. Lalo na ngayon, nasa internet lahat ng mga kriminal, lahat ng kalokohan. Diba? And they can help us stop these criminals. Ang tanong ko naman, sa inyo po, ma'am, yung mga love scam sa internet na karamihan ay nanggagaling yan sa POGO. Now, these things hindi nyo na naharang bago man lang ma-raid ito ng PNP? O kayo yung nagbibigay ng information sa PNP? Kasi marami ng mga insidente na mga foreigners na scam na gustong makipagsyota ito mga foreigners sa mga Pilipino na pupunta pa rin sa Pilipinas from abroad, and then pagdating sa Pilipinas wala palang magandang babae makikita sila kundi scammer lang, and then nagagamit yung POGO site. So yan ba hindi namomonitor ng inyong radar? Hindi nakikita sa inyong radar?
Minomonitor po natin lahat yan. And kapag, yun na nga ho yung binabanggit ko, kapag meron pong trigger, kasi hindi ho tayo pwedeng dakot sa resources ng gobyerno, kung wala pong nag-initiate ng report, minsan napapasok po yan sa PNP ACG, tapos sila po ang nagtatapos niyan. Pag napunta ho sa amin, ginagawa ho natin lahat yan. And then pag napunta sa DOJ OOC, so marami din pong pinagpapasukan siyang mga iba-ibang mga ahensya kung saan nakapagreklamo. Pati DTI din po, meron na rin po silang complaints sa ganyan. So tayo, hindi natin sinastop ang mga ahensya magkaroon ng mga capabilities na ganyan. Mas mabuti kung saan komportable yung tao mag-complain na mas malapit sa kanya, mas nafa-follow upan niya, okay sa atin yan, sir.
Maybe this is my last question. Is it true na yung GCash daw, binenta niya 80% ng stake niya sa sa China? Chinese people from China?
Sir, I think GCash is known to be part of AntPay. AntPay. AntPay is a Chinese.
Monitor niyo ba yun?
Hindi ho siya sindikato. Malaki ho siyang
No, I'm not saying
kumpanya.
syndicate. I'm saying kung
Malaki ho siyang
na-monitor niyo ba na
financial company.
yes, from China,
AntPay. Chinese.
right?
Opo.
Sa Alibaba. So,
Oo.
minomonitor niyo mga activities dyan. Kasi, Madam Chair, alam naman natin na may problema tayo sa China ngayon, sa West Philippine Sea. Now, itong GCash, lahat ng mga information pumapasok dyan. Sino ba naman walang GCash ngayon? Halos lahat tayo. Hindi natin alam, hina-harvest na pala yung mga information dyan sa GCash ng mga kasosyo ng mga Chinamen at dinadala dun sa China. And then bukas, lahat na tayo, Chinese citizen na siguro.
Secretary, no?
Although that wouldn't happen, but I'm just curious. Dapat this is something that you should monitor. So 80% na ng GCash ay controlled na ng isang
Hindi naman
Chinese company.
Hindi naman
of China.
80%, I think, ha? I
Was
want
this-
to make sure.
Was this recently? Ilang
I want to
percent?
make sure what is the disclosure to the SEC. We have to find out. Secretary Ivan.
Madam Chair, the regulatory agency for all these e-wallets is a BSP po. So I think BSP will be the appropriate agency to really lend clarification whether that information is accurate or not.
Kasi Senator Tulfo, kahit noon yung mga palaro na bawal yung ano ba to, isabong, marami kasi dumadaan din dun sa mga GCash.
Yes. Yes,
Ngayon hindi na, pero meron pa rin daw, di ba?
meron pa
Ngayon
rin.
kabayo na rin daw ngayon yung
Marami. So,
may mga underground eh. So dapat yun na nare-report nila sa atin.
ang point ko rito, DICT is, i-monitor nyo siguro. Lahat ng mga kumpanya na kung saan nagagamit o nakukuha yung ating mga information, mga Pilipino, and then yun ay from China, itong kumpanya owned by Chinese, then you should monitor. They should be in your radar para tingnan nyo anong ginagawa nila doon sa mga information na kuha nila sa atin. So we have to be watchful about that. Right? Okay. And then one last question, meron pang 3 minutes. Internet, Republic Act 10929, Free Internet Access and Public Act, enacted in 2017. 2022 na ngayon, anong status po? Itong Free Internet Access in Public Places Act?
Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Raffy Tulfo. So right now, we have active sites of approximately 2,900 sites. But by the end of all our procurements, which is ongoing right now, by December, we estimate approximately 8,500 sites additional for that. Now, for next year, we are planning with the 2.5 billion that was given to us to put up 15,000 overall na po yun, 15,000 sites kasi gagamitin lang po yun to maintain what we procured for this year. But because it is an automatic, because we have a trust fund through the SUF, the Spectrum Users Fee, we plan to request, pag maubos namin as of January, kasi renewal lang naman po, we plan to request from the Bureau of Treasury a release of 7.5 billion so that we can build 60,000 free Wi-Fi sites by next year. Our magic target po, Senator Tulfo, by this term is around 110 to 140,000 sites.
Thank you. And last question. Ano po yung may advice ninyo sa mga gumagamit ng internet, social media? Educate us, give us the tool that we can use to avoid being a victim of scammers.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, Senator. So, madalas po kaming nai-interview tungkol dyan. Gusto ko lang pong first i-highlight that scamming is actually a hack. By the way, I'm also, like Asek Magsaysay, I'm also a certified, I'm a OSCP, I'm a Offensive Security Certified Professional in a CIE SSP. By definition, yes.
Okay.
So, I no longer practice that, you know. So, there are many types of hacking and there are 4 dimensions. Scamming po is actually an attack on human behavior. So, yun po yung dapat nating tandaan. Pag nakita nyo po ang scammer, ang number 1 po palaging signal dyan, minamadali kang gumawa ng desisyon. Sasabihin niya na hack ang account mo, kailangan mo na mag-click ngayon. Huwag ka na maghintay ng ilang minuto. Palagi kanyang ninanudge into a behavior na magmadali ka. Kasi kapag nag-isip ka po kahit isang oras, magdadalawang isip ka na i-click eh. So ang number 1 advice po, pag minamadali kayo, nag-a-appeal sa, alam niyo naman, wala nagpadala sa inyo, pero sabi may padala ka daw, or yun na nga, love, umaapela sa emosyon, unang-una po, huwag kayong mag-click sa pinadala sa inyo. Kung bangko po allegedly ang kumontak, huwag niyo pong i-click yung pinadala sa inyo. Pumunta ka po doon sa alam mong legitimate na site ng bangko mo. Huwag po doon sa pinadala sa iyo. Number 2 po, meron po kaming acronym BIRD. So you block, you ignore, then you report, and then you delete the message. Huwag din po kayong sasagot kasi sometimes that is also a way of enticing you to engage further. Kasi depende sa magiging reaction mo, kukunin niya yung behavior mo para ma-hook ka po. Para lalo kang, siyempre yung una mo, magki-click ba ako para ma-hook ka. So always po, you block, you ignore, you report, and then you delete the message altogether.
Okay, sige, follow up pa lang. Now, in case halimbawa ako'y na-hack, so what am I supposed to do? Who should I report to? Tungkol sa insidente, and anong klaseng tulong ang makukuha ko from DICT or from the authorities?
Just also as an enjoiner, pakisabi nga, ano ba yung mga numbers na tatawagan? At ano na ang response time? Kasi NTC, nag-meeting kayo, di ba? So, pumayag na ba yung mga telco na magkaroon ng mga, may sasagot talaga ng telepono? Ang NTC ba may sumasagot? Ang DICT ba meron? So, please address those questions.
Thank you po, Madam Chair, and thank you po for allowing us to explain. As explained by ASEC Magsaysay, there are multiple numbers, pero para po sa amin, meron pong dalawang contact points. Yung 1326 ng CICC, actually yung sa NTC rin po pala may contact point. At saka through our Scam Watch application, Scam Report application, which was recently launched by the team of Yusek Almerol. Ito po yung eGov app. Pwede rin kayo mag-report doon. And actually, pwede nyo ang kunan ng picture yung nangyari. Tapos may pupunta po yun sa PNP. Or depende sa kaso mo. Pwedeng NTC, pwedeng CICC. Pero yung 1326 po, CICC being the coordinating center for cybercrime, I think that is being maintained by them. But I'm sorry, Madam Chair, if I do not have all the numbers. But all of them, the PNP has, I think, 7575, and NTC also has their own
Itong
numbers.
1326. So kunyari, di ba, you won, may ganyan-ganyan. Alam mo ng fake. Ano yan? Ita-text ko sa 1326 or itatawag ko? Paano? So, bibigay mo yung number. Wala ba kayong number na pwede, kunyari, nakatanggap ako ng mukhang fake, ifo-forward ko lang doon sa number na yun?
Sa ngayon, wala po kaming SMS contact point. Pero si eGov po, yung app na yon, pwedeng screenshot i-upload. Meron din po dito sa e-report app po namin ng DICT.
Madam.
That's all. Sige, go ahead.
Yes, opo, Madam Chair. Actually, what's important po kasi is we need to validate and verify whether that claim is authentic or not. We have received fake reports rin po that are just meant to harass or to get back at somebody because medyo may away sila. So hindi kung padala lang po by text, we're not able to talk to that person, to interview them, and to see what the circumstances are on that. Second is we need to correlate it whether there are more than one person who is complaining about that singular number or that singular source. So kung iisa lang ho, medyo we might have to do further verification. Pero kung several, like we get 3, 4, 10 na lahat itong number ang nirereklamo, then that gives more credence to the fact that that number is being used actually for scamming.
Okay, how about those text blast? Can you stop that? Kasi palagi na lang tayo nakatanggap ng
Yes.
mga sabay-sabay. Ako, tapos mga kasamahan ko sa bahay, mga kaibigan ko, pare-parehong text namin na nag-request na kung pwede magbigay ng ganitong information dahil ako'y nanalo, etc. etc. Have you
Yes, Madam Chair.
have you done something about it?
Actually, these text blasters proliferated during the election period. A lot of local government officials purchase those illegally because I think NTC regulates that, no? And they're not allowed, but they're able to buy from the smuggled sources. And many of those are operated by local government officials. It has a limited range. So normally, like if you get a text blast here, alam niyo po yung text blaster within a few kilometers of this area.
So, kung illegal yan, hindi ba kayo pumunta sa PNP para matukoy kung i-triangulate ninyo yung source niya na para sabihin sa IDG o NBI, hulihin? Kahit na politiko yan, regardless.
They're very mobile po. These text blasters can be loaded on a van. So pwede silang mag-text blast dito, and then after 1 hour, they turn it off and move to another location. So challenging po yon, and again, we need more resources.
Okay, sabi niyo, they were purchased illegally. Hindi niyo po tinutugis o minaman-manan yung pong mga nagbebenta ng mga text blast machines.
Marami na po kami nahuli at marami na pong nakumpiska na mga equipment po.
How does it look and then how does it operate?
I have pictures po. We'll show the pictures during our executive session if you want to.
That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. Actually, CICC is also saying that they can provide a 24/7 hotline of SIM registration scams if provided with a certain amount. So we'll discuss that also. Okay, so our minority leader is next.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. So kasi we just passed that SIM registration law. I actively participated in that legislation under the leadership of our chairperson, who is primarily in charge in supervising the SIM registration. NTC.
Yes, Mr.
NTC. Ang NTC attached lang sa ano, di ba? DICT. So we cannot, para klaro, it's not the secretary to blame. Okay? Na nakaregister yung unggoy. Ganun ba yun? So how do we explain that, ma'am? Ulit, paano nakaregister? Kasi nung ginagawa namin yung law, it was very clear, human beings ang rin-register eh. Human beings, hindi pair of eyes, nose, and mouth, but human beings. So paano, how did the telcos justify it na their systems allowed registration of primates? non-human being primates, to be exact.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon po. Yes po, yung SIM registration po naman talaga, the intent is to be a tool to help or prevent scam. It's just that while meron pong legitimate registrants, meron din mas marami po ang ginagamit siya pa rin to evade the law. So, hindi ma'am, the prepaid po kasi ba mas marami kasi now. So we recently issued the memorandum order para linisin po natin yung registry because sadly po may mga nag-register using fake IDs. And yun nga po, the telcos po kasi have no database then to match. Like for example, I registered using my SSS ID. Wala po silang basis to match it with the legitimate database from the SSS. So ang nangyayari po is that ina-accept po ng system. But with the memorandum order po, we provided guidelines there para i-validate po yung mga nasa registry na now. So they will weed out fraudulent registrations, and at the same time makikita rin po kung ilan dito yung mga nag-register lang to scam people po.
Well, I don't know if the secretary can correct me if I'm wrong. Was the SIM card registration act a priority of this administration? It is. You know, was NTC in favor of that SIM card registration act?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The NTC has attended and supported the.
You supported it, di ba?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How come we were not able to anticipate ganito mangyari? During the interpellation, during the amendment process, hindi natin to na-anticipate. We did not make our wording clearer and stricter para maiwasan tong ganito.
Sir, the law provided for several number of IDs that the registrants can present. So I understand po na relax po yung requirement for the ID. So marami po makapag-register kasi po marami po from sa provinces po wala pa ring ID, sir. That's why at sa last nga po we allowed barangay issued IDs with photos. Kasi po yun nga din po yung isang argument ng other side why register maraming hindi makaka-register because walang IDs. So marami pong IDs provided that can be used to register. Yun nga lang po very innovative yun din po yung mga scammers na gumagamit po sila ng fake IDs na alaman po natin na it can be readily easily made po.
Okay, the NTC is the main implementer of the law, of that law, particular law. Sige, how do we now interpret the law? Who has the burden of adjusting so that the law will be implemented?
Sir, the PTEs, sir, the telecommunication entities. So, yun nga po, we issue the guidelines po that would ensure that yung mga nasa register po nila now are the legitimate users.
Sige nga, paano nga gagawin yun? How will the guideline, so you issue a guideline, a paper, paano masusunod, paano ngayon mape-prevent ngayon na wala nang orangutan dyan or whatever monkey ang pwedeng mag-register. Ang iba pa nga yata, cartoon character ba yun? Drawing? Kasi may mata lang at saka may ilong na ano. So how will the issuance of a mere paper with words, so-called guideline, will now, anong tawag mo doon, shape up those with the burden of complying with the law or implementing the law?
Yesterday will install technologies that will ensure na wala na pong monkey po na makaka-register. Katulad po ng live selfies, we required live selfies. Hindi na rin po i-allow yung stock photos to be uploaded as selfie. All mga ganong bagay pa. And we can discuss po in details po sa executive session, sir.
Executive session dyan. Hindi kailangan ni executive session ito. Pero anyway, what would be the effectivity date kaya? For example, beyond this date, o talagang even if our NBI and the other hackers, ethical hackers will try it, they will fail. What's the date?
Sir, we issued the MO yesterday, so it's effective immediately, and we give time din po the telcos to install the technology for a period of 3 months, sir. Maximum period of 3 months.
Can you give me a date? Kayo na magbilang ng 3 months. Kami pa
Sir, saglit
bilang
lang
sa
po.
3 months eh.
Mr. Chair, December 18, 2023. Yes, Mr. Chair.
December 18, 2023.
Maximum, sir. Yes, sir.
So beyond that date, wala na, sige. So, December 19, bale, ang sige, okay. So, we will test the grip or the supervision of the NTC over our telcos if they comply with the guidelines of our NTC. Kasi sayang lahat ng effort ng aming chairperson, no? Talagang pinaghirapan namin yung SIM card registration only to find out na ganun pala. But at any rate, we should take note of the statement of our secretary na yung scams hindi lang pala sa platforms using SIMs, tama? So that's ano tawag mo doon, that should serve as a warning to everybody na hindi naman ito yung cure all. Although actually, Madam Chair, when the law was passed, parang nabawasan din yung mga you have won, mga ganon, you've won a prize sa akin. Pero ang natatanggap ko ngayon, peace, peace, peace. May mga ganon message pa rin, puro peace.
Baka yon personal message.
Iba-ibang numbers eh. So,
Yung mga,
sabi ko,
yung mga dinideny mo yung budget.
nawala na yung mga raffle winners. Pero sabi ko, there's still some strange messages. Siguro, Yusek, naghintay na sagot, no? Siguro if you respond, yun na. So, well, at any rate, balikan ko na lang. Kausap ko na rin si Yusek. Sabi mo, yung delete the message. Hindi ba dapat parang, paano now with your investigative skills, paano kung mahuli na natin yun, hindi ba magsiserve ng evidence yun? Masabuti yata wag i-delete o why is the advice to delete?
Thank you, Your Honor. Delete on a personal note. That's why we report first before we delete. But
Be the evidence now, the remaining evidence.
when we were analyzing these cases, but of course, CICC as the Cybercrime Investigation Coordinating Center might have more information. When we were analyzing these cases po, karamihan naman sa personal na nagre-report, sir, does not really want to go through prosecution. Ang gusto lang nila, ma-report, and then from our side to check kung maraming multiple reports from that particular number and from that particular message. So mas we wanted to aggregate kasi syempre limited din yung
Pero
aming-
ginawa mo kasi part sa ginawa mong part sa advice eh. This is what you do with these messages. Sa dulo, delete. So baka nga we are deleting our evidence eh. Well, I don't know. I want you to review your
Yes, sir.
advice.
We can review, sir.
Napansin ko lang po yun kasi sa ngayon, hindi pa natin sila nahuhuli, but there might come a time na alam na natin identities nila, lalo na with the SIM card. Secretary, you want to say something?
Yes, Madam Chair. Actually, we'd like to propose also some legislation po, no? Very often with these types of crime, hesitant po yung complainant to file a complaint because sometimes the amount involved is so small that going through the process of filing the case, hiring a lawyer, going through the prosecution, and going to the court is too tedious. They'd rather not. And this is where the cyber criminals take advantage of it. So they prefer to commit cybercrime because small amounts with large number of people, they're able to get away with it. Rather than hitting one bank with the huge amount, the bank will go after them. So our criminal law requires a complainant to file the case. So there is no motu proprio power of law enforcement to go after them if a public crime is committed, if there is no complainant. So perhaps in terms of remedial legislation po, maybe we can look into that. Thank you, sir.
But it's still evidence pa rin, di ba? So I don't know. Basta just review that yung standard advice nyo. As a lawyer, dala ko na that's why yun ang napansin ko sa advice mo eh. So anyway, at any rate, Mr. Secretary, how many are the authorized positions for the DICT? Positions na.
Madam Chair, if I may, thank you for that question, Your Honor. We have about 1,300 plus positions, sir.
1,300.
Filled up, ilan ang filled up?
Filled up is about 73.58% or 440.
Okay. And yet our PS for next year is going to increase by 11%. Tama po ba yan?
Yes.
Is PS comparing to 2023 and 2024, 2024's figure is up by 11%. May we know why?
We have new regional offices recently that was approved by the DBM that accounts for about 7 regional offices.
So yun. So you will be hiring more people, diba? Part of the authorized.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Actually, ang gusto ko sanang palabasin mong sagot is you're paying your employees who are scientists, engineers, and researchers are paid more. Tama ba?
I would like to have some sort of conditional answer on that, Madam Chair.
Sige, please.
Yeah.
Okay, para
Right now, one of the challenges of the department is that we are not able to hire technical positions in a very short period of time or when we require them, simply because a lot of them are actually the difference between the current salary of the private sector and the DICT is too much, in the sense that sometimes they will just have to get experience from the department, then they go out after a certain period of time.
Too much, masyadong the government pay, even though are you allowed by a certain law to pay more for your technical people compared to other departments or the general government pay scale?
Yes, Madam Chair. In fact, we have this Magna Carta for ICT employees right now, for scientists, which was based on the DOST Magna Carta as well. In which case, there are certain benefits being received by ICT personnel from the government. But that notwithstanding, Madam Chair,
Layo pa rin.
malayo pa rin po.
So how does that law work? The pay is the same. You follow the SSL and then may dagdag lang because you are a scientist, an ICT expert, etc. An ethical hacker so si Yusek D, for example, who is an ethical hacker, he receives the base pay of another secretary. But can he avail of that law? Because magaling siya sa... May alam siya na hindi namin naintindihan. So,
for purposes of the Magna Carta, he has certain benefits, Madam Chair.
Kasi yun ang tinitignan ko kasi we need ito pang field ninyo, constantly evolving and changing. So, yung expert ngayon, baka next year, hindi na siya considered expert kasi hindi naman siya nakapag-aral na or hindi niya na-invent yung bagong way. So, that's what I'm looking at. How we can help you in that sense. Sige, Yusek, you have some idea?
Madam Chair, if I may, hindi lang po sa technical nagkakaroon ng problema ngayon ang DICT. In fact, across the central office and even in the regions, we have a lot of vacant positions. Example, this is a good example sa lawyers po namin. Ang entry level ng lawyers namin, salary grade 18, pag pumunta ka sa PAW, that's 24 or 25 po yata. So, ang laki ng difference. Right now, we have a lot of vacant positions sa aming legal department.
Secretary, kailan ba ng law doon? Bakit 18 ang lawyer nyo entry, 25 sa PAW? Hindi ba you can also make your entry level 25?
We have to ask the DBM
Yes.
for authorization.
Okay lang yun kasi the law, I think the legal framework pagdating doon is already in place. Doon ako sa mga
Technical.
sa scientists actually. Kami mga lawyers pagdating dyan, aral lang kami ng data privacy law at saka mga what are the other laws na involved sa ICT, mga NTC, circular siguro, etc. Okay.
Mga contracts po.
Contracts, which is contract law with a lot of technical terms, definitely, Sige, so just advise us paano kami makatulong dyan. And then, kasi dito ko kasi Secretary, tanungin na lang kita, was the department with all of your technical people quiet on the issue of this private IP address? Yung raised by General Rio and some people, kasi siyempre na-explain nila sa amin yun. Hindi naman kami technical na tao, babalik pa kami sa college para mag-aaral yan. So, you have heard of this issue and you have technical people there who understand what is the public IP address versus private IP address. I mean, is that strange that 88% of voters voting counting machines used private IP address in sending to the server?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to the Senate Minority Leader for allowing us to answer that. I do not have the logs. So first, I would like to qualify my answer that right now I do not have the logs and I did not make any analysis of that issue. But based on what I read from the newspapers or from the allegations made by former OIC or Acting Secretary Rio, ang gusto ko lang pong sabihin is tayong lahat po, pag pumunta po kayo ngayon sa inyong bahay, at chinek nyo po yung IP address ng inyong router at modem, makikita po ninyo private IP address po yun. Yun po ay either 192.168.00 something .x.x or 172.16 o 232.x.x. Ang tawag po rito ay private. Ibig sabihin, hindi po ito nakikita sa public internet. Ngayon, bakit po ganun? Kasi yung loob po ng telco ay may tinatawag na carrier grade network address translation. Para po, to simplify, kulang po ang IP address sa buong mundo. Kaya gumagamit po ang mga telco ng layers of private IP addresses. Layers by layers. Para po hindi magkaroon ng conflict sa dami ng kanilang subscriber. At lalabas po iyon sa public, pag sinabing public, sa ibang telco na po lalabas, or sa ibang bansa. Pag nakita po ninyo, yung IP address na po yun, limited. Siguro po, galing sa bahay ninyo, isang IP lang din po
Public
per
yan.
day na public
Public. Ah, sige
ang
po.
nakikita po.
Yan po lang, Madam Chair, ang pinapalabas ko lang, yung mga ganitong complex issues, sana ang takbuhan natin na ahensya to help explain this is the DICT. Wala nang iba eh. I mean, USEC-D, kunyari yung router ko sa bahay, Globe, it has a private IP address. But when I now, ito cellphone ko connected sa aking router, but when I now send something to the internet through that router now has a public IP address? Or still that private IP address?
Madam Chair, so kunyari lahat po kami yung Globe subscribers, tapos lahat po kami magko-communicate kay Google. Posible po na bagamat iba-iba ang public IP naming lahat sa lamesang ito, ang nakikita po ni Google isa lang. Yun po yung network address translation. So posible po talaga yun.
Private?
Pag sa Google po, hindi.
Hmm.
Pero kung sa telepono po ninyo na Globe din at kami ay Globe sa bahay, posible po na private pa rin ang makita.
Okay, so with that complicated explanation, we will leave that matter, Madam Chair, kasi it did not settle anything. Yan lang masasabi ko. It did not settle anything. It did not help me understand the issue. Okay, so punta na tayo ngayon sa ibang topic.
But
Sa budget na tayo.
Before you proceed, Minority Leader, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Batol de la Rosa, the chairman of the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs. Actually, I would also like to commend the DICT. At least sila, hindi man natin naintindihan, mukhang naintindihan din nila yung ginagawa nila. Pero dapat ma-explain
Madam
nila.
Chair, ang test kasi sa naintindihan mo, kaya mo ipaliwanag sa taong hindi kasing technical mo. Dapat ganun eh.
Baka
That is the
kaya
test.
ni Yusek Magsaysay. Kaya mo bang i-explain yan na mas maintindihan namin na medyo hindi naman tech savvy?
Kumbaga parang meron hong parang pinaka-master na na IP address kung saan dumadaan lahat doon kasi hindi po sapat yung number of IP address na available at a certain point in time. So,
Yung master IP address na yun.
yun yung
Kasi-
nakikita ni Rio.
Pero ano yun? Private din.
Secretary Rio, sorry. Former Secretary Rio.
Private IP address yun.
Was it a private
Pero
ID?
if it
We have to validate that. Actually, kung pwede lang sana niya ipadala sa amin ng maayos, pwede namin tignan mabuti yung mga claims niya.
Because
Actually.
if the IP address is owned
Padala
by
niya sa CICC.
so ASEC Magsaysay,
Yes.
if let's say what is the correct protocol? The IP address should be what? Not private, it should be telco. What's the correct protocol?
Ayan. sige, Jeff.
In terms of so lahat po tayo ng mga malalaking kumpanya, siguro kasama na rin yung provider ng eleksyon, meron po siyang isang rack, lalagyan po yan ng lahat ng network. Na doon po sila nagkikita-kita. So isang router, kunyari po Converge, isang router Globe, isang router Smart, isang router dito, lahat po, pati international. Ito pong mga ito, dapat po talaga to private. So kung ang tinap po, so ito po yung master na sinasabi. So meron ka pong master router. Ito po yung nakikita siguro kasi hindi ko po inanalyze Ito po yung sinasabi ni ASEC Magsaysay na. So lahat dito ng telco nagkikita, nakakonect dito. Ito ngayon na magtatransmit. So posible po talaga. Hindi ko po posible po na private pa rin ang nakikita ni former acting Secretary Rio. Kasi nga po, lahat po ng mga telco na nasa rack na ito, dito sila nagpapadala. Dito sila nakakonect. At ito po ay normal na setup. Gusto ko lang pong i-reiterate. Ito po ay normal na setup. Ang tawag po rito ay telco rack. Ito po ay normal na setup sa tinatawag nating aggregated. In fact, pag pumunta po kayo sa aming landing station, ganun din po itsura nun. Isang rack, iba-ibang telco nakikita-kita, etc. po.
I think our chairperson is very satisfied with the analogy.
Concern is that proper protocol, 'di ba? So pag sinabi nila, well, no, there's no rule against sending from a private IP address. Yun lang naman.
Yun, actually, siguro we will send, yes, si Asik Magsese wants to also contribute.
Sana if you can ask publicly ask former Senator Rio to bring to us what he has so we can properly investigate it, because we need to validate claims like this are very, very technical and it differs. Every technology of anyone differs from, yeah.
It's a timely offer from Asik Magsaysay because I filed a resolution here on that subject matter. So tama-tama, I will if the chairman calls for the hearing, I will say that imbitahan natin ng DICT and the CICC. So we will now, my office will now urge your former secretary ninyo yun eh, Secretary Rio to submit the findings niya. Okay, say for you to prepare for that hearing, just in case there's a hearing.
Just a reminder, your time is up, Minority Leader, but of course you're the Minority Leader, I'll extend, but we need to go upstairs for the executive session at 2:30 and then we still have one more.
One question lang ako, Madam Chair.
Sige.
At any rate, Madam Chair, at any rate, mayroon pa naman sa taas, di ba? On the, will not really finish the budget, meron pa rin naman tayong plenary. Yun lang, I have my reservations, serious and grave reservations sa request for the confidential fund. Kasi ang policy ko sana, let's not extend the number of agencies asking and for CIF and being given CIF as much as possible. But ang ginagawa kong flowchart, totoo kay Yusek D, may flowchart na rin ako. Ang flowchart ko kasi, if the agency is performing a law enforcement function, then we can possibly entertain a confidential fund. Ganun siguro. And because it's a civilian agency, yun lang. So disqualified na kaagad sa intelligence fund. But that's my flow chart. So siguro in the session mamaya or before our chairperson explain what is that law which gives you the law enforcement role. That ayun, siguro that's the how to justify it. But then of course sa plenary we'll have to talk about this kasi I'm really against expanding it. Kaya nga ang tanong ko kanina factual eh. So lumalabas sa factual natin kanina, this is not a new thing. Kasi nakatanggap na historically, factually nakatanggap na kayo historically. Tama? For 2 years nabigyan kayo sa GAA. Yun yung point. Yun yung pinalabas ko kanina, factual lang yun. So but you're requesting for wala sa NEP, no? You have no CF confidential funds sa NEP, Secretary? Meron? Yun na yun. So you're just justifying it. Sige, Madam Chair, to be fair to our colleagues, tapos na rin yun yung time ko. So, and then Senator Bato is here. Sige, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
To our Minority Leader, I'd like to recognize now Senator Bato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One question lang, Madam Chair. This pertains to this government's capability, technical capability to regulate social media platforms. Kaya ba natin yan? Just like, I will give you an example, China. Pag sinabi nila, if ikaw, social media platform, you do not conform to our government regulations, you do not conform to government standards, hindi ka pwede makapasok dito. Kuhan ka, tigok ka dito, hindi ka makapasok. So tayo, kaya ba natin gawin yan dito sa Pilipinas? Just like, gagawa kami dito sa Senado, gagawa kami ng batas. Gagawa kami ng batas dito. We will provide you with the policy instrument to, ang tanong dito ngayon, as far as regulation, is concerned as far as implementation. Kaya ba niyo implement yung batas na gagawin namin? Pag sinabi namin, ikaw, sir, TikTok or Facebook or whatever social media platform, you don't have to control us. We have to control you. Kami ang gobyerno dito sa Pilipinas. Kami magkukontrol sa inyo. Hindi yung kayo ang magkukontrol sa amin. Sabihin natin na, kasi may nakikita ko ngayon, mga sites na puro nation building, yung kanilang habol talaga, nation building. Suddenly, take down na lang ng Facebook or whatever. Take down. Tapos, may nakikita tayo ng mga sites na masyadong nandoon sa nagpo-promote ng insurgency. Hindi na take down. So nakikita natin ngayon, hindi gaanong whatever standards, hindi yung kanilang standard sinusunod ay iba. Unlike kung ang gobyerno ang mag-impose ng standard natin and we have to control them, kaya ba natin silang kontrolin? Yan ang tanong ko. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, if I may. Thank you, Your Honor. First, if we want, and which I agree totally, if we want to have some regulation when it comes to social media, kasi marami na pong lumalabas na tinatawag na online harms. So we need an enabling law for that. However, just as a case, I'm not a lawyer, but when I sit with our national security counterparts when it comes to cybersecurity, napapansin namin yung cybercrime law, for example, yung 10179, there was there a provision that if a website is already found to be prima facie violative of certain laws or cyber laws, pwede nang by order of the Department of Justice, the Secretary of Justice, i-shut down or i-take down, i-block. Pero
I'm not concerned about yung particular site, no? Akin lang, as a whole, yung platform mismo, yung social media platform. Kagaya ng China, wala kang makitang Facebook doon dahil binablock nila. Kaya ba natin ang gawin dito sa Pilipinas?
Technologically, sir, kaya natin.
Kaya?
But we need an enabling law.
Yeah, walang problema. We can do that. Katrabaho namin sa Senado yan. Gagawa kami ng batas. Ang tanong ko lang kung kaya nyo i-implement.
Yes, sir. We can.
When we say, Facebook, wala kami pakialam sa community standards ninyo. We have our own standards, sir. Pagpapasok kayo sa Pilipinas, susunod kayo sa batas namin, susunod kayo sa standards namin, at we have to regulate you. Kaya natin gawin yan. Kasi lumulabas ngayon, sila nagkukontrol sa atin. Maraming bansa silang kinukontrol eh. Wala tayong control sa kanila. So as a government, we have to regulate them. Kaya ba natin yan technologically? So yun ang tanong ko sa inyo. Kaya?
Yes, sir. I can confidently say that technologically,
Kaya.
we can.
So legally, kami nang bahala.
Yes, sir.
Policy-wise, kami nang bahala dito.
Yes, sir.
So kaya ninyo?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for that assurance.
Thank you. Before we proceed to the executive session, hopefully we have time. I just want to get briefly an update for the National Broadband Plan. Tagal-tagal na niyan eh. Yung landing station ninyo dito sa... Okay. So on the delay with the Luzon bypass infrastructure, the NEP indicates that for 2 years, you failed to implement one of the components of the MBP program, which is the operation of 2 cable landing stations as well as 4 repeater stations. So for the record, is this Luzon bypass infrastructure? Kindly explain to us in simplified terms, the repeater stations, etc. So what's our status now with the National Broadband Plan? Ano na yung coverage nito?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may answer. Right now, we are delayed, but we are approximately 71 to 73% complete with the Luzon bypass. And according to our project estimates, we should be completed by the end of this year for that Luzon bypass project.
Okay, what's the
project.
benefit of completing the Luzon bypass for us, huh?
That is a major part of the national fiber backbone, and which occupies from Manila up to northern Luzon. It allows us to have our own, as government, an exit point to the United States. So meron na po tayong egress o yung palabas na bandwidth papunta ng western coast of the United States. So we are also planning to buy with the budget that we were given for 2024 a 100 Gbps bandwidth in a company in San Francisco para po pwede na po tayong magkaroon ng international route of our own. Kasama po, ito po yung tinatawag nating government network.
Okay, so sabi mo, meron tayong egress sa palabas. Eh, paano kung sasagot sila? Paano papasok yung
Doon din po. Within
So-
that route po.
So it's two-way.
Opo, it's two-way.
Okay.
Egress and ingress. Opo.
So this is basically for the government. Government offices, mga ganon.
Primarily, the initial plan primarily, Your Honor, is yes. But, ito po yung malaking but. We are now studying and we are being supported by some of our partners, foreign partners like Japan, United States, and Australia. We are thinking of a way to be able to use this national fiber backbone to also help our local telecommunications operators, yung mga yung mga local cable ISPs. Kasi ang number one na problema po nila ay peering papunta po sa isang international route. And if this becomes functional, we would be able to offer them another alternative to the telcos, which are private companies.
So they'll pay you to use that.
Yes.
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 But okay, but the telcos already have their own, right?
The telcos have their own.
Kaya lang, puno na rin, di ba?
Correct.
Parang it's too loaded. That's why they sometimes have to use
Correct.
another fiber optic backbone. Ganun ba yun?
Here, can I interject? So, this is the National Broadband Project. So, the users will pay government, di ba? Kayo.
Not the users po. Just the ISPs na looking for peering, yung kumbaga connection nila.
ISPs yung inyong
Ang ino-offeran
inoperan. But cash flow will go to DICT,
to the treasury po kasi hindi naman po kami.
collected by DICT.
Apo.
Okay. Pero, pag titignan mo yung equation, it's that private company in San Francisco who is also making money out of our project.
Si ano
Tama?
lang po eh.
How much will we pay that private company in San Francisco? That US company?
Standby lang sa labas.
Let me check the figures, Your Honor, but it's not really that expensive. I think it's the order of 100 million for that particular 100 or 200 million in pesos po, hindi in dollars.
I know. Yan ang problema, Madam Chair, sa ating ngayon, 100, 200 million, parang barya na lang sa atin eh. I mean,
Annually po.
I don't know with the pay of USECD, I don't know how he can say 100 to 200 million pesos is not that expensive. And is that yearly?
Annual.
So Madam Chair, okay. Lalabas ng gobyerno natin, mayroon ng private dyan, lalabas ang sasali sa gobyerno para gobyerno. Pero sa the end of the line, it's a private US company ang kumikita sa naisip nating proyekto, Madam Chair. Kailan ba naisip ito? Kailan? Is this authorized by law?
Yes, Your Honor. And this is actually, you're right. Matagal na rin po itong plano. I think it's since 2017. But I would just like to also reiterate, Your Honor, that is how telecommunications work. Because even Globe, even Smart also buy their bandwidth from multiple routes that are also international. Kaya
Kaya nga, pero fact is, andyan na sila. Andyan na sila, right? You're like Maharlika na may private activity na, private sector activity na pinasukan pa ng gobyerno. And then you say, okay, this is the government broadband. But part of the government broadband is a subscription with a US private company. Tama? Annual, with an annual subscription fee burden. Tama?
No, if I can answer this, I understand your concern to our minority leader. Although it's also good for the government to have an option of its own connection. Kasi minsan itong mga telco, masyado na rin silang saturated. Hindi nila na kaya ang bagal din ng mga signal natin. Tapos pag pumunta nga tayo dito sa Senate, minsan yung connection natin ang sama-sama rin eh. That's why we need that specific and also for emergency purposes, no. Sinasabi na nga natin na some telcos are actually owned by some countries, di ba, that are not exactly friendly to us. So at least this is like another way also of secure communication, I would think. Sir?
Madam Chair, just by analogy po, this is like we're buying directly from the source rather than buying through middlemen. Because currently, all the government networks, we're buying from the private sector. So they are the middlemen. They buy from the same source, from that San Francisco source. They already have a markup. Then all our government systems have to buy from the telcos. So there's that markup. So now we eliminate the middleman because the government now has that direct network. So we buy exactly from the source.
Magkano nga yun every year kung bibili tayong subscription, yung sinasabi mo? Pesos. Ay, pero magkano matitipid natin?
I stand corrected for the 100. I was informed by my team that actually it's 22 million in pesos per year for 100 Gbps. Per 100 Gbps.
Per 100 Gbps. Pero magkano ang sinusubscribe ninyo?
Sa ngayon po, for program for 2024, we just need 100 Gbps. But the full capacity of the Luzon bypass is 2 terabits.
Ilan yun? Ilan yun?
Times 20.
So naging 240 pa.
Pero hindi pa po ngayon yun, sir.
Kaya nga, pero yan ang ultimate plan. That's the ultimate plan.
I will have to quantify that, Your Honor, but that is on a per agency budget. To give you an example po, there are some government agencies like kung saan ako nanggaling TESDA where we're giving them malalaki, may like 10 Gbps of bandwidth for free kasi part na siya ng GovNet. But of course, if we buy from the private companies, we have to shoulder more yung bandwidth na yon. So it's like moving the budget. The agencies are also given budget for this bandwidth. But since we're technically hindi naman siya free kasi we're giving it for free, but we're also subscribing for something. But we'll give you po the approximates and prove that it is cheaper.
Ayusin niyo yung presentation sa akin kasi if I have to defend your budget, hindi ko maintindihan yan. Kasi for sure tatanungin uli yan ni Senator Coco.
Purpose na pag-attend ko para nga maintindihan ko, para makapagtanong ako ng magagandang tanong eh. Tingnan nyo, hindi ako umalis. Tapos na yung time ko, hindi ako umalis. Nagno-notes pa ako. Oh.
Alam na natin.
That's actually the purpose.
Pero may kakampi tayo sa isang pinag-usapan natin kanina.
But Madam Chair, ganito na lang para matulungan tayong lahat. Okay, can I just ask kasi lawyer ako, I want parang more of a legal document, okay? What is our legal basis for our national broadband project? So just give it legal basis, na status plus the status asked by our chairperson. And then can we now differentiate this from the free internet project and then also the status? Alam ko yung legal basis ni free internet, but si national broadband gusto ko rin malaman. And then mabuti, thank you for divulging itong mga ganito, the payments that we make, because it's not really under our control actually. Government pipeline siya, pero at the end of the line, it's an American corporation. Tsaka Secretary, we're paying the 3 telcos. These are Filipino corporations paying taxes to our government. Tapos ang brilliant idea natin, labanan natin the government broadband pipeline, whatever you call that. Tapos bayad tayo sa American company sa San Francisco. I mean, just give me...
Ang US ba, other countries ba have their own backbone? Government backbone,
Yes po. And I would just like to reiterate, Madam Chair, that actually this was, if we analyze the ITUT documents, this was the reason why Vietnam have overtaken us when it comes to connectivity. Mas mataas na po sila cheaper po ang kanilang connectivity per Mbps at mas mabilis. Naunahan tayo ng Vietnam.
So kasi, di ba, kung kunwari, yung mga public, like for example, government, may sarili ng connection, mafi-free up din yung sa iba within the telcos, di ba? Like private, like tayo, kung meron tayong private, mas hindi na ganun ka sikip yung network na matagal yung masama ang signal. Tama ba ako doon?
That is correct. That is correct, Madam Chair. And let me add po that according to estimates, the cost of the GovNet is approximately $5 per Mbps, while the cost right now of the private bandwidth is approximately $12 per Mbps. So GovNet is a lot cheaper pa rin po, from our analysis.
Well, whatever. You just have to prepare the briefer for me because for sure he will ask it again. But going back, kasi we have to finish na.
So yung request ko na lang, parehas naman yata kami request ni Chairperson. So same elaboration.
Elaboration. Okay, free Wi-Fi. Ilang percent na yung accomplishment nyo dyan?
BUR, 63%. In terms of number of sites, less than 3,000 right now are active. But by the end of this year, 8,500 po yung magiging active.
Anong mga kasama dyan? Like what?
Public schools, plazas, municipal halls, RHUs, regional health units,
So sa mga...
and
sa-
tourism spots.
Tourism spots. Okay, so give me an example of state universities and colleges. Di ba kasama yan doon? Na may libre ng Wi-Fi. Saan?
Hindi, wag yung... We have a Palawan, we have some tourism spot yung naisip ko, Honda Bay. We have Honda Bay, we have some, di ba meron sa Quezon City nakakamit?
Bulacan State University.
Bulacan State University is an example po, Your Honor.
Philippine... Ito ba yon? O sige, ganito na lang Give us a list kasi, you're saying you have 3,000 sites already. So I want to see what those sites, and please separate it according to function. Let's say tourists, schools, plazas, whatever you have. Kasi, gawa natin dito. Free Wi-Fi. Co-author ako dyan. Sino yung nag-sponsor? Oo. O co-author kasi ako dyan. Oo. So, we wanna make sure. Okay. Can we have a break now? We have about 15 minutes before the executive session. For the executive session, I will only ask First Secretary Uy to be present. Also, USEC D, and also ASEC Magsaysay. The others, just be on standby, relax. We will call you as needed if we need to verify certain information. Diba? Kasi pag masyadong marami, baka magkabintangan later on na dito nakalusot or lumabas, ganon. Okay, so 15 minutes, then we'll see you at the office of the Senate President. Actually, less than 15 minutes.